And there's my next copyright strike. How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello. Kikoete orimasu deshou ka? Hello, sort of a demon. Once again claiming first. I should probably make a redeem for you. My audio uplink is probably not up, which is something I should have checked before stream as per usual. No, lip sync is on. That's fine. Need to move my mouse a little bit more, and then we're going to be back on the money. How's everybody doing today? Funny story, I did actually catch a hard copyright strike on the channel. Not for Lollygod Requiem, for the Fujiwara Chika dance. Sony Music hard struck me, despite it being like the most clean-cut case of fair use. And then YouTube rejected my appeal. Fantastic. I hate it here. Every time you receive an ad on YouTube, remember to curse Vishnu and Shithar Pujaya, or whatever the fuck his name is. Now that that's out of the way, we got some reacts to do. We got Yummy Yummy Slop. There's actually something that I wanted to check on that I've seen in the news right before we've started. Apparently there are more leaks pertaining to Generation 6 Glocks, and I would like to take a look at that. I'm actually going to break this one out. Oh, this is just someone doing cuts. We're gonna take a look at this momentarily, but first I want to find the pics of the Gen 6 Glocks. Gen 6 Glock. In Brazil. Oh, right, it was, the leaks were from Brazil. There's only one picture? Because I thought there were more pictures. There are 6 pictures. Fantastic. Okay, there's our source for the day. Now we can take a look at this. So, slop yummers. Yes, I'm your primary source of slop. Speaking of which, I had to... Why are the leaks from Glock coming from Brazil? Because the Brazilian lion does not care about NDAs. SHOT Show is in more than a month, actually. SHOT Show is at the... Hey there, Digby. So SHOT Show is the premier gun industry show of the year, where big companies such as Glock usually have their announcements. So Glock usually has a very big booth at SHOT Show, and now would be the time when they are producing visuals for it. Marketing like easy ups, booth materials, flyers, all of that thing, all of those things. Usually that stuff needs to be ready at least a month in advance if you run a very tight ship, because it also needs to be shipped to location like at least a week prior, because Nevada forces you to use union labor in order to actually put things up. It's a whole thing. So the lead times are pretty long on most of these things. So companies like Glock will make these materials in advance. And some of those materials for SHOT Show have already leaked, allegedly. But those were blurry photos. And apparently, one of their Brazilian subcontractors, who was likely preparing for some kind of military industry show in South America, has also got their hands on some materials and proceeded to leak them. Again, unconfirmed. It is still very possible that it's AI and it's just farming. Although Glock Store, like we already doubted Lenny before, and we've paid for our hubris. I will not be forced to backtrack and admit that something has indeed happened. But we're going to talk about how nothing ever happens. But yes, Lenny from Glock Store did in fact say that a Gen 6 is possibly being announced next week, and they're probably going to be showing it off at SHOT Show. But we'll get to that in a moment. Let's check this cut. Okay, so positives. This is a wakizashi cut. Cutting with a wakizashi is actually difficult because there's not a lot of mass behind the swing. So points on that. Excellent control of the trajectory of the cut here. However, criticisms. A lot of pre-travel on the swing. I don't like that. You are supposed to aim the hilt of your blade at your target if you know what you're doing. If you need to introduce pre-travel into your draw, it means that you don't know how to cut. I mean, two-handed cut with a wakizashi, kind of overkill. Good speed, good plane control, or rather good angle control. Also a lot of pre-travel. Impressive that he's cutting a freestanding tatami. But that is probably more a testament to the finish of the blade. Like, this is very obviously a very sharp blade. That is not a wakizashi, that is a kogatana. Yeah, brother does not know how to operate his own scabbard, which is unfortunate, but definitely has spunk. With a little bit of instruction, he can do much, much better. Okay. Now, Glock. So these are the alleged leaks. So we're going to take a look at this. I don't speak Portuguese, obviously, because why would I? But based on translated shots that I've seen, the new Gen 6 Glock is going to be a chassis system. Interesting. Would have been great if they had that figured out by the time they had to compete with SIG for being the Army's new sidearm, but I guess that's besides the point. So yeah, the trigger mechanism is now going to be completely drop-in, so you're going to be able to freely swap you've been able to freely swap your slides either way, but now you can also freely swap your grip modules, which some people like that. I don't really care, because, I mean, Glocks are already sort of like that. The MOS system is allegedly going away, because, well, people don't really like the MOS system because it introduces another failure point. People don't like fiddling around with optics plates. I also prefer my optics to be direct thread. Not direct thread. Direct mount, excuse me. So apparently it's at the very least going to natively accept an RMR. Your state's fire marshal office as an investigator and just texted your armorer about this, hoping to get an answer for me before the stream is over. Is your armorer allowed to disclose this? But thank you for your investigative work, fire rescue guy. Hats off. 07 for contributing. But apparently we can now direct mount a Trijicon RMR, which is very cool. Big if true. Okay, so drop-in triggers. I don't know why they're using, like, this is one of the red flags for this being very fake and gay. Why are we using an AR cassette trigger to illustrate the fact that we have drop-in triggers? And he's a massive nerd about this stuff. It's all good. Okay. So direct optics application. Okay. I don't know what this means. Probably has something to do with the trigger safety. Modular design. Okay. The modular grips as opposed to back straps, which is an improvement. I think the grips on a Glock are a universal point of contention. There is not a Glock that is nice to grip, and up to this point, we had to rely on aftermarket solutions to fix that. For example, I really like my Glock 43X. For a concealed carry gun, it's probably the best option on the market, at least for me, because I have a V-taper figure, so my waist is relatively narrow compared to my shoulders, which means that I have trouble um, concealing something unless I'm actually wearing a heavily overhanging shirt. Self dis. Wait, what? Means safe disassembly. Okay. So it's just the same thing. I wonder what does where can we now disassemble Glocks without having to pull the trigger? That's a weird hang up to have. I don't quite understand that. But okay, sure. Safe disassembly, whatever that's going to mean. But so returning to my point about the 43X. Like the 43X is a great gun. Short of one thing, the grip is very uncomfortable. Not very, but it's not comfortable until you fix it. On the one hand, it provides an opportunity for me to make it like exactly the way I want it. On the other hand, I would also like some native options to do that instead of figuring out how do I mummify the grip of my gun in enough hockey tape to actually give it a good grip texture and have it fit my arm. All right. Full size frame, compact frames, competition frame. That's so the competition frame is probably what we saw in that image that had a gas pedal on it. Okay. So, okay. So that explains. So they are actually doing like a full on cassette trigger. So it's not an AR trigger, it is actually going to be like that. Retained by a single pin. Okay. Are these all of the images we had? I feel like there were more. There are also rumors about the grip texture being updated, which people are welcoming because, again, the native grip texture on Glocks is lacking, to say the least. And apparently, we're now getting a flat face trigger from the factory. The sights are still plastic, which is neither here nor there. If you don't like the stock iron sights, you can like a new set of nice iron sights is like $100. Like it's whatever. So yeah, cautiously optimistic. If they come out with a Gen 6 43X, I I actually might end up switching from my current carry based on the suite of features that we currently have presented to us. I'm inclined to believe that that's probably going to be a worthwhile change. Not sure if I would pivot off of my intent of buying a full size a VP9 as my full size gun, but then again, there's no such thing as too many guns, so why not both? Although my decision to panic buy a 19X is sort of aging poorly by the day. Well, I guess it is what it is. It's at least a funny collector's piece. All right, James Reeves has blessed us with a top 5 pistols of 2025. I have not pre-watched this video, so we're going to look at this raw. Digby, before we get into this, you've brought up the HoloLive military outfits. Do you have any links to those that we can look at? Because you've posited an interesting theory that I would like to pursue. We're gonna give you some time to respond, and then we're gonna dip into our bucket of slop. Actually, let me see if I can find any Holo girls in military outfits. Wait, what is that? Venator. Yeah, don't do that. You're gonna get your fucking elbow smashed. Lock trigger shoe. Dan Mitchell. I'm very skeptical of Westerners commenting on martial arts. Yes, I understand the irony of me saying that. HoloLive. Military. Is anyone Can we get some examples of the military uniforms that were brought up recently? 8 months ago. So this is not recent. Let's try by name. Let's go Hosho Marine. She's unlikely to have a modern military look. Like, there is no way. Nope. I'm seeing a classic outfit on her. Just her regular outfit. Maybe in the videos. That's like a retrospective. Let's go Yuzuki Choko. You've brought up that Hollow Girls are getting military outfits. Do you have any links to those? Because I'm not seeing any upon just, surface level investigation. Yeah, Choco seems to be running her regular outfits. Let's try Shishiro Botan. That was more. Turns out it was just Bay and Crony. For me in a while back. Okay, Crony. Let's look at Crony. Do you have pics or links or something like that? You would think that Botan would be the first candidate for straight up tactical drip, given that she is supposed to be like the Hololive shooter specialist. Like, she has some art in Tarkov shit, but that's because it's Tarkov shit. Like, it's more tactical than actual military uniforms. Okay, let's look at Crony. Oh, 8 months ago. Okay, wants to join an IRL military camp for training. So okay, so that's like a dress uniform. Yeah, the the recruitment ad theory doesn't quite track, I think. Because the Japanese self-defense force has been attempting to cutesify its image, and it's ramping up recruitment efforts. But they're doing that in a sort of clumsy-ish way. They have their own dedicated mascots. I don't think unless the Japanese government is willing to pay a lot of money. Your schizo's getting ahead of you. It'll be true in a few years, you think. Again, not entirely impossible. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm saying that it's going to look very differently, because how should I put this? There's been a recent resurgence of the peak cap being popular. You know what? Let's get into that, since this recent VTuber drama. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! So I'm not going to get into the genesis of it, but essentially, Zen put out a new outfit, which was just a military style outfit. If he really wants to go the German angle, because it's blacks and reds, it was basically the I'm blanking on the name, the Kaiser era German uniform, and all of the idiots on Twitter have immediately defaulted to it's a Nazi uniform. Added one as part of the dictator costume you're working on. Glory to Catland. But yes, Kevin has come out and forcefully educated all of VTubing on the history of the peak cap, because apparently it wasn't worn by just one side of World War II. It's actually a staple of a lot of military and police outfits, and this entire thing has been inflicted upon us by retards exclusively. In Catland, firearms ownership is mandatory. God bless. Glory to Catland. And Commander Dell has put out a long post Basically lamenting how we didn't gatekeep Ian VTubing hard enough. And maybe, just maybe, there is a case for doing that because, we are now infested by insane people who perform nonstop purity tests on everyone they can reach in exchange for a crumb of clout. To which I have noted that we've actually had gatekeeping in VTubing for quite a while now. I'm not going to name names, but I'm just going to say that I've had this conversation multiple times where people who are generally like on positive speaking terms with me, like we're not like mutually blocked, I'm not unfriended. We interact casually, but these people are not willing to collab with me in a content creation space because I espouse what is ostensibly normal American politics. That being, and again, not going to name names, but I have several DM threads about that. And more power to them if they wish to live in the longhouse. God is their God will be their judge. But essentially, yes, we've had gatekeeping, especially in English language VTubing for quite a while. It's just it said gatekeeping was done by default liberal women, essentially. If you say and do things that scares the hose or gives these particular people the ick, you are going to be excluded from that sort of core clique of VTubing. And again, not to complain about things, so not to be woe is me, but that is the reason why, for example, Kersha is somewhat sidelined, was sort of sidelined until very recently, I might add. So it's become a little bit more cool, a little bit more accepted to be sort of at least cautiously conservative. That's why Leaflet is still sort of more of an island compared to other larger VTubers. Like at no point would, for example, Tricky V. I know that she's collabed with Kersha begrudgingly at some point. I don't think that's going to be a recurring phenomenon. But basically, that sort of, I believe that's going to be what, Gen 3, Gen 2 of English language VTubing. They've been gatekeeping. They've been gatekeeping quite incessantly for a very long time. And I'm not sure what to do with that. Maybe we need to start. Perhaps VTubing needs a purge, a great war. I don't really have a lot of prescriptions for that. Other than that, we've had a banger tweet. Let's give ourselves a golf clap. You did not help. I did that. I did that all by myself. But simply noting that yes, Ian voice actors were always glorified amateurs compared to Japanese voice actors, and that's ruffled some feathers. Apparently, some people are very attached to their dub slop. So it has caused a gentleman to try to crash out on me, saying that I am a Japanese LARPer because I don't speak any Japanese, and that he is stronger than me with a record lift of a whopping 270 pounds, also known as my bench press warm-up weight. Very cool. Next time, before you try to dab on someone on the internet, make sure that you do your homework. Now that... Mm-hmm. The incestuous club who control English voice acting for some reason. Ah, yes. It's a trade union to the surprise of no one. It's just SAG-AFTRA. I think that's a part of the reason. That's only part of the reason. The other part of it is that Japanese voice acting is directly derived from people who come from a background of classical theatrical educations. Not people who did theater club, but people who actually were trained in a craft, who come from traditional Japanese theater as their formal training with formal credentials. So don't do it in the USA. English voice acting is vastly super. Excuse me, what? They get professional theater guys to do it during the off season? I'm not aware of people who do that. And how are you going to not do English VA outside of the US? Or rather, how are you going to do English voice acting outside of the US? Where how should I put this? I am sorry, but the Northern Yankee, no, absolutely not. England. See, despite having spawned the language, none of you seem to speak it. At least not in a universally intelligible way. I regret to inform you, but the default accent of spoken English is now East Coast North American. English dubs have given us the glory of Welsh catgirls. Well, okay, you maybe have a point there. Okay, but let's take a look at what James Reeves has. We need to double up on our James Reeves react, because he is now aware of the fact that tactical VTubers exist and are reacting to his videos, and we should inflict this truth upon him as frequently as possible. I would even go so far.
Hey everyone, James Reeves, TF.
I would even go so far as to say that I think we need to make James Reeves an honorary tactical VTuber. Because that would be really funny.
BTV, as usual, we're going to do a little roundup of the best handguns of 2025. I'd say for handguns, we had a strongish year, mainly because I actually had a hard time picking 5, and I still had to cut a couple of solid runners up out. Tell me in the comments what you think I missed, but let's get into number 5. Actually, first, let me talk to you guys about subscribestar.com/TFBTV, where we give away over $2,000 worth of stuff to you every single month for supporting us. We actually just got, of course, like, I'll have to put a picture up. I don't have any of them up here, but we just got new patches. We do limited edition patches. Can't buy them. You can only get them if you're a supporter. We made a run of 200 of our MTV style patch. We first did a run of 100 of those 5 years ago. So there's only 300 in the wild. The only people who are eligible to receive them are people who are on Subscribestar. So think about supporting us, subscribestar.com/TFBTV. I haven't taken any money from any of the manufacturers that I'm mentioning, and I haven't taken any free product or any shit like that. I do this for you guys, and I do it because you support us on subscribestar.com/TFBTV. So think about helping us out.
The new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 claims to be the most advanced, waterproof.
First, the thing I hate about top 5 guns of the year list. When is a gun really released? When it's actually available to buy in the United States, when it's first shown to the public.
Yeah, I would say a gun is officially released when it's available on the American market, the only market that matters for firearms.
I don't follow a hard and fast rule. I kind of pick whatever date has the bigger impact, and that's why the number 5 is the Opos Venator. It's not available for purchase in the US yet, and who knows if it will be next year, but it made a huge splash at EUA 2025 when it was introduced, and it was absolutely the highest profile handgun at the show. It's supposed to be released in Europe. It was supposed to be.
Quickly take a note on something. I'm noticing shield optics being very, very present, yet sort of quietly present. I never hear anything about them.
This fall, any minute now. The Venator was at Austria Arms Handgun Range Day. They had working demo guns there. Myself, Ryan, my Green Beret buddy, you guys have seen him before, Jimmy Cannon. We all got to shoot him. We were really impressed. What is it? Well, kind of like a Laugo Alien, right? Weird, low-bore, non-reciprocating sight, but it gets there in a slightly different way. The Venator uses a rotating barrel that sits down inside the frame with the recoil spring and guide rod above it. So you get an extremely low bore axis, very flat recoil impulse without doing the Alien's kind of gas delayed fixed barrel system. So similar but different. Kind of like the Alien, fixed sight plane so you can run irons or a dot. Doesn't bounce back and forth in your face while the gun's cycling. On top of that, it feeds from modified Beretta 92 pattern 18 round magazines. So in theory, you're going to be able to get pretty cheap mags for these too. There's a goofy kind of smart gun side of it. Not really a fan of it. Opos has this optional, I think they call it like the vision module or something. Drops into the back of the gun, gives you a little digital display with your round.
Yeah, I'm kind of severely allergic to any sort of smart component being strapped to guns. I really don't like that.
round count and total rounds through the gun, temperature, battery status, nerd shit like that, meh. 4,250 euro, if I remember correctly. It's kind of the same neighborhood as the Alien, depending on the exchange rate and the configuration. The Alien was the first guy kind of through the breach with this ultra low reverse bore thing. They proved the concept works, but the Venator is like the second generation version that learned from watching Daddy do it first. You're gonna get an Alien-like shooting experience. You're gonna get some genuinely clever updates, and it completely dominated the conversation at EWA. That's why I'm comfortable calling this one of the top 5 handguns of 2025, even if we can't get one as Americans right now.
I don't dislike the sort of weird, over-engineered guns like the Alien, like this over here. I've shot an Alien. It's cool experientially. I just think that if you need a race gun, that's probably the best thing ever. I don't shoot competitively for the sake of shooting competitively. Most of my training is dedicated towards killing whatever is trying to kill me faster than it can get to me. And that's just not my use case. So, like, cool in theory. It's nice to see that we're trying new solutions for the same problem of a flat shooting gun. Definitely not for a price of a nice AR, though.
Sorry. Number 4, always the controversy slot. Trying to decide what's more controversial here, this gun or the gun that I'm going to put at number 3. I think I'm going to go ahead and say that the SIG P211 is the number 4 pick. It's controversial for 2 reasons. Number 1, everyone's mad at SIG right now because even though it seems like no one really knows the truth of exactly what's going on with the SIG P320, the conversation has gotten so out of control.
I mean, making MIMD parts in India is kind of enough of a reason, and that's not really a conspiracy theory. That's a thing that SIG does for some fucking reason. Yeah, thank you for checking in, Digby. Have a great stream. But yeah, I'm sorry, there's no conspiracy here. SIG makes mold injection metal parts in India, which has apparently has bad QC. That's all. I don't want Indian-made parts in my gun. And for the 211, I think they've also had a recent issue where the recoil spring plunger is made of extremely crumbly plastic, and if it breaks the entire gun. And SIG doesn't sell replacements for it because it's like a weird proprietary part, which, you know, kind of on brand for SIG at this point.
That even mainstream media is picking it up. For God's sake, someone literally murdered another person with a P320, blamed it on the gun going off, and everyone believed him for a couple of months. If that isn't controversy, I don't know what is.
Well, we also have footage of one of those guns just going off in a level 3 retention holster on its own.
But the second reason this gun's controversial is because SIG has done everything but call out the Staccato XC.
Wait, and also, didn't the FBI produce a report that did confirm that P320s can actually go off under certain circumstances in the course of normal use being carried in a holster?
By name with this pistol. The P211 clearly geared towards trying to take market share from the highly successful and the otherwise outstanding Staccato XC. Duty size 2011, got a great compensator, optics ready, both guns, but the SIG's got a couple of tricks up its sleeve, and it's also $1,000, over $1,000 cheaper than the Staccato. SIG owns the entire means of production here, so they can flex their muscles like this, take a shot at the 2011 King of the Hill, still turn a profit. The P211 retails at $2,400, which is incredibly inexpensive. The Staccato, I think, is $4,300.
Again, fair, but I'm not paying over $2,000 for a gun that runs the risk of having parts made in India.
It takes cheap SIG P320 magazines, interchangeable G10 grips that are outstanding, this new optics mounting platform. It's compatible with RMR, DPP, or SIG footprints. It uses an Inconel 3D printed muzzle brake that was designed specifically for this gun using computer modeling from SIG's suppressor division. All that to say, It shoots like a house on fire for 2,400 bucks. At this price point, 2011 brands should be sweating both above and below the price point. So yeah, I get it. Some of you are done with SIG on principle, fine. Some of you think a $2,400 factory gamer gun is stupid on principle. I agree. I won't be buying one of these. But if you're being honest and you actually shoot this thing and you actually like 2011s, it's really hard to say that this doesn't belong in the top 5 list, because SIG shook up the 2011 market with a Staccato XE that's substantially less expensive.
I would give it a couple of months just to find out all of the ways in which it can fail.
Number 3, also controversial, the Kel-Tec PR-57. What's not to like about the PR-57? It's the cheapest optics-ready 5.7 pistol on the market today. Yes, cheaper than the optics-ready PSA Rock, but it also doesn't stop there. It's the thinnest and lightest 5.7. For that matter, it's thinner and lighter than the subcompact single-stack Glock 43. The Kel-Tec, less than an inch thick, about 14 ounces in weight, less than 1 pound. That's insane. Kel-Tec accomplished this by, as you see here, using an internal 20-round magazine instead of a detachable box mag, which helps keep the weight and thickness drastically lower. A bunch of people who saw this gun at SHOT Show, I can't believe it. We're all John Wick. And if we can't reload a gun and get a shot on target in the A zone in less than 1.25 seconds, then it's a piece of shit. Never mind that you won't find more than one civilian defensive gun use out there where anyone had to reload, and you definitely won't find one where a dude went empty with 21 rounds and needed more, which is how much this gun holds, 21 rounds. And if you do need to reload, you can do it with a stripper clip, and I would say you could probably get 10 or 20 rounds from stripper clips into this gun faster than you can stuff 6 or 7 rounds into a revolver.
That's an odd comparison. Like, is a stripper clip a great reload mechanism? No. Is it a bad gun? Also no. It's mostly a gun made for Californians because it doesn't have a detachable magazine, therefore it can have 21 rounds in it. Us normal people who don't live in California can just have normal guns. We don't really need this.
I said, what's not to like? Well, here's what's not to like. Typical Kel-Tec fit and finish. George Kelgren, genius, very thoughtful, kind person. He has told me face to face, Kel-Tec builds their guns economically because they want them to be affordable to everyone. Really, I see very little difference between Kel-Tec and B&T other than the fact that one of them uses high-end Swiss manufacturing and materials and doesn't sell guns for less than $2,000, while the other, I'll let you guess which one is which, uses middle Florida bath salt men to assemble pistols made from melted down car batteries and wood screws to sell this gun for under 400 bucks. So yeah, Kel-Tec's guns generally a little rough around the edges, but you're getting a super lightweight, ultra thin, optics ready 5.7, 20 rounds on board, 21 rounds for a price that starts with a 3. And it is number 3.
Again, like, it's okay. It's a thing. Like, I wouldn't go out of my way to hate on it. Kel-Tec has put out guns that are easier to hate than that. It's just that it's all right.
All right. Getting ready to take my licking here. Number 2, gonna piss a lot of you off for 2 reasons. The Glock Koa. Before we talk about
I take no issue with the Glock Koa outside of the fact that you can't fucking buy one.
How mad you are and why, let's talk about what this is. The Glock Koa basically takes several existing Glock models, gives them Glock's proprietary Koa optic cut, which may be the sturdiest factory pistol optic mounting system out there because the optic actually dovetails into the slide instead of just sitting on top of a plate held in by 2 tiny screws. Leagues beyond the Glock MOS series, which stumbled out of the gate with a plate system, screws weaker than a gun tuber pickup line. With the Koa, you finally get that proper mounting pattern. You also get Aimpoint's Koa optic, basically the same width at the slide, remarkably.
I mean, with how much a lot of these guns retailed at, you basically bought an Aimpoint optic and got a free gun with it.
Then it's tough, has great battery life, and it gives you an acro-sized window in a much more compact package than the Acro. All this, and I've seen some of these sell for like under 900 bucks. That's an insane deal for a top-tier duty pistol with a top-tier optic already installed and zeroed and good to go. It's no surprise that they sold out pretty much instantly.
Well, they sold out instantly because the government basically bought up the entire stock at some point.
Then the rumors start. Glock landed a massive government contract for these guns, which supposedly meant that civilian guns were going to be temporarily discontinued. And it seems like that may have been true. Then, as I talked about in a longer video on my personal channel, that's youtube.com/JamesReeves, Glock ends up discontinuing every current Glock model, and the Koa guns are just gone. Legal pressure, liability concerns pushed Glock basically into a reset, but I bet the Koa is going to come back. It's a shame because I got a Glock 45 Koa in for review around the middle of the year, performed nearly as well for me as some of the mid-tier 2011s that I shot and reviewed this year. Some of you are mad because James Reeves, known Glock shill, has basically put a Glock with an optic, that's it, it's just Glock with an optic, at number 2 on this list. Quick note, Glock periodically sponsors TFB TV. Not me. I get paid to make videos by TFB. I do get to veto sponsors. I don't know what a sponsorship costs for TFB TV. I'm fine with Glock. James, Glock sucker memes aside, the Koa.
I don't care about all of that. My main complaint about the Glock Koa is that I can't fucking buy one. Let's see. Glock Koa. Come on, let's see if I can find a gun broker. Oh, that's going to be great. I can already imagine what people are trying to get for a Glock Koa on Fudbroker. Just a second, let me load up the page. Some difficulties there. I'm going to look for a different page in the moment. Up? Are we up? Okay. Okay, Fudbroker. Yes, I am in fact. Oh, that's just an article. Oh joy. Okay. Okay. Glock 47 Koa, $3,000. $1,600, almost $1,700. $1,700, $1,500. Glock 43X, could they made those? Excuse me? There is no way that's a factory gun. Yeah, not with that stippling, it's not. Carbon Gun Company. So it's like a custom built Glock. A Koa is a weird choice for a slimline compact gun. That's probably not okay. Like new 43X again. Glock 48. Glock 19 Koa, $2,000. Glock 47. Pre-owned Glock 19, $1,500. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I don't mind the Glock Koa outside of the fact that I can't fucking buy one. Like, it is out of stock absolutely everywhere. You're just never getting it. Not only that, you can't even buy the optic. Yeah, 0 listings anyway.
Koa series, legitimately one of the best handgun releases of the year, possibly my favorite, but you guys would lose your minds if I made this number 1. So before I get to number 1, good moment to reflect. Like I said at the beginning, a lot of guns that were worthy of being in the top 5 this year, like they were all kind of equivalent, but when I look at the overall strength of this list, I'm not sure 2025 stacks up to previous years. Like, for example, 2024. Some of the TFB TV writers, the guys in the TFB TV Discord said, I should pick the Ruger RXM. Well, that came out last year. Same with the HKCC9. 2 great guns, and those are just off the top of my head, that came out last year. With the exception of the Kel-Tec, maybe the Venator, everything in this list are kind of existing designs, including our number 1, the CZ Shadow 2 Carry.
Boo! Boo! CZ Deviant.
If you've ever shot the standard match Shadow 2, you already know why this thing's on the list. The Shadow 2, one of the best shooting production pistols ever made. The problem is that a full-size Shadow 2 is a boat anchor made for competition. Shadow 2 Carry takes that same idea, shrinks it into something you could realistically carry every single day without needing a chiropractor.
Just a moment, I need to take this call. All right, we're back. I keep getting scam calls from Florida with a thick Punjabi accent for some reason.
You get the same CZ75 lineage with a heavy but smooth double action, really nice 4 and change single action trigger, keeps that shadow grip panel and geometry. The frame 7075 aluminum, it's going to be reliable as hell. Gun comes in at about 30 ounces, still not very light, but it's not a kettlebell either. 15+1 capacity, optics ready from the factory, RMSC pattern dot, so you can slap a 507K on it, still have usable irons, and use it for IPSC or overpass hobo self-defense. What I like about this gun is how little compromise there was. Make no mistake, got a great trigger on it, not nearly as good as the match guns, mainly because the carry adds a firing pin block for safety, but this gun still shoots. Most of the time when you hear competition DNA carry gun, it translates to we ruined a great match gun and it's still too big for carry anyways. The Shadow 2 carry mostly delivers on the marketing line of Born from Sport, tailored for EDC. I think that's what their line was for this. I don't carry mine very often. Still a bit of a hog. It's smallish. It shoots flat. Plus, it gives you a trigger and ergos that crush most of the striker guns on the market. MSRP around 14 and a half, I want to say. And yeah, that's a lot of money, but it's still cheaper than a lot of the 2011s out there. And you're still almost getting like a compact race gun. Is this gun brand new from the ground up? No. It's an evolution of a very well-loved competition line. And it's CZ also listening to their customers. They asked for this. It's an outstanding pistol. It was my favorite this year. You guys are my favorite this year and every year. Coming up, SHOT Show 2026, that's going to be 11 years of TFBTV because we started on my birthday at SHOT Show 2015. Been a long ride. Glad you're still here with me. See you at SHOT Show.
If I make it to SHOT this year, I must inflict the knowledge of VTubers existing. Well, no, tactical VTubers existing and actively consuming TFBTV on James Reeves. I don't know. I don't like. It's not that I don't like CZ. I don't like people who make owning CZ guns their entire personalities. That's what I'm gonna say. I think that they're usually some combination of being spiritually Apple users, gun hipsters, and hypocrites. All right, I stumbled upon this in my recommendations, which is the most anti-gun subreddit apparently, which is some tough competition, I gotta say. Being that Plebit is very soy, so I can guess most of their opinions on guns from the get-go. But let's see what earned the moniker of the most.
Hello, sir. So you can just buy guns here whenever you want?
Yep, pretty much.
Oh, okay. How do I know which one to pick?
It's quite simple. Here, let me show you. This is a pistol, good for target practice, killing small animals and children. You can also hold them sideways like this, which I think is pretty cool. Our next option is a shotgun, best for home defense, pigeon shooting, and executing hostages.
Is that a Beretta M2? Not a Beretta. No, fuck, not Beretta. Benelli M2. Excuse me, I'm having a stroke.
You don't want to relive that one scene from Pulp Fiction now, do you? Anyway, this is an AR-15. Despite popular belief, the AR stands for Annihilator Rifle. You can annihilate a car, a boat, your neighbor's AC unit, a densely populated crowd.
That's a short little magazine. Are we sure that's an AR-15?
Not that I would personally know, but imagine taking out a group of terrorists in a matter of seconds. Beautiful stuff, really. And last but not least, we have the long barrel rifle. Now, I personally don't see much use for this weapon, except for eliminating your political opponents and maybe a deer for your Facebook once in a blue moon. But other than that, it doesn't look as scary as an AR, so people like buying them more. So with that out of the way, what would you like to buy today? Hello, Internet.
I hope that is an actual story that someone tried spinning up on Reddit.
Today we are back to review the most anti-gun subreddit on Reddit. Possibly. I don't know. There's a lot of them that hate guns, if it isn't basically every subreddit. But despite Redditors simping for the most violent crime-ridden cities in the US, Redditors have a tendency to despise the one thing that could solve this problem the quickest. Pickpocket? Bang. Random gun assault? Bang. Commie LARPing? Bang. That's right, I am actually an advocate for gun violence, against criminals, of course, and instead
I am not I am not your lawyer, and this is not legal advice.
of depositing your tax money directly to Israel, you could solve this problem yourself for around $500. It would be a lot more useful than financing DoorDash for the 10th time this month. Yeah, I'm talking to you, let's see, Zion. But alas, this is American liberalism we're talking about after all. Why fix the problem yourself when you can give the government up to 50% of your income to have a slot machine's odds of solving the problem? Today, we are reviewing the most anti-gun subreddit, r/guns-are-cool.
Excuse me, what? Guns are cool? Okay, sure. Oh no, Rand Paul.
Gaza's population is on the brink of famine. Every hour counts.
Oh no. Maybe don't start wars that you can't fight.
Alrighty, so here we are on the front page of r/guns-are-cool, and as usual, since this is the first time we are checking out this subreddit, let's read this section right over here. First Amendmenting the Second Amendment. Welcome to Guns Are Cool, the subreddit where we discuss the epidemic of gun violence in the USA and the real solution, that is gun control, whether gun advocates like it or not. So the real solution to the Second Amendment is to get rid of the Second Amendment. Good, got it. Unlike other subreddits, we enforce strict rules to ensure that they cannot summon all their friends to try to shut down the discussion with tired cliches they learned from the NRA. God, is the NRA even relevant anymore? This was made in, what, 2012? Black comedy and satire are...
It is, I think, the only utility, and the primary utility of the NRA at this point, is to be a kicking bitch for the left. Like, it's good that they think that the NRA actually does shit, so they spend their time trying to defame and fight them. That is the only utility they serve so far. I think they've participated in a couple of the good lawsuits that were filed recently, but that is probably about it.
Allowed and encouraged. Ah, for real? We run a crowdsourced mass shooting tracker and have a cool wiki you can check out. Aw man, what a start to the video. Let's see. Today, guns are cool. David Keene, NRA president, 2011 to 2013. And the top rule is do not have low karma and make pro-gun arguments.
That's okay. On our discussion boards, you're not allowed to make arguments that oppose our opinion. Fantastic.
It is now a federal Reddit crime to have low karma and to try to post on a subreddit. Jeez.
Pretty sure for as long as I actually used a Reddit account, I had negative karma, and I am to this day very proud of that.
That's not very equatorial of you, whatever the word is. Especially since this sub only has like 3,000 weekly visitors and 162 contributions. No,
holy shit, I've seen threads on VT that are bigger than this.
Wonder this shit is dying. Murder apologetics claiming that Zimmerman or Rittenhouse or O.J. Simpson aren't murderers.
O.J. Simpson? Interesting. Okay. I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Is not allowed here. Go bitch on another subreddit. What do these three people even have in common? And also, Rittenhouse is absolutely not a murderer. What the
Well, neither is Zimmerman. Like, both of those use of force cases were acquitted. Like, I'm sorry. A jury of their peers have found both of these men not guilty. Rightfully so.
fuck? He was living my libertarian dream at the time, just walking around with a gun and then some fucking pedophile chases him down and then boom, done. I 100% agree with the fact that if your city is getting burnt down for whatever fucking reason, that you absolutely have the right to go out and stand up for yourself in your city and protect the private property, aka, you know, your community, however you please, from the people trying to...
I mean, he didn't even do that. He just responded to a direct attack by a mob on him. Which, again, not to beat a dead horse, not to beat a dead pedophile to death, but it's kind of funny how you shoot into a crowd of leftists and you hit a pedophile, a wife beater, and a felon. Funny how that works out.
Burn it down. I don't really care about the legality in this sense. It's more a matter of principle. And just as a disclaimer before you start this video, I get it. I know that guns are obviously a force multiplier that should be taken very seriously. And I am for trying to reduce the nonsensical gun violence that happens in the country, but those solutions, in my opinion, aren't going to be very comfortable for a lot of the people on this sub and for Redditors, because it involves getting rid of a lot of the fucking insane people, the 1 to 2% of society that just can't control themselves for whatever reason, you know?
I wouldn't say it's 1 or 2%. It's more like 5 to 6%.
Why, you know, give them so much grace when the innocent people are being harmed, right? Mercy to them is cruelty to the innocent. So anyway, let's get to the top post. All right, so this is the first post I want to check out because there are a lot like them, but I'll just read it top to bottom. People need to start respecting the flag of the government I am stockpiling arms against. And this got 759 upvotes. And like I said, there are a lot of
The flag does not belong to a government. A flag belongs to a nation and a people.
of these same ones. How dare you disrespect the anthem of the country I'm stockpiling arms against? And this truly is retardation at its peak because the government of the United States is not the United
Is that a primary arms reticle?
States as a whole. They do not represent us, even most of the time. The founding fathers would probably be rolling in their graves more than Tolkien at this point. But this is just Redditors choosing not to understand what patriotism is. It isn't worship for the government. What the fuck? This is so stupid. Do I even have to explain this? This one pissed some people off. Talk about thin skin. Fuck's sake, this is now flagged as a brigaded post. Further gun nuttery may result in an instant ban at our discretion mod.
Reddit mods should be bullied in public.
And I like how the one person who tried to stand up to them got their comment deleted by the same mod who said brigading is against Reddit TOS moron. As if moderators never use their powers to just snipe random individuals that have an opinion they don't agree with. How stupidly ass backwards is that idea? Be anti-government but support the Constitution and threaten violence against anyone who disagrees with your warped version of the truth? Ah, yes, because we know the government is the best arbiter of enforcing the constitutional principles that the founding fathers had in mind. Only, of course, if you ignore Mock versus Garland, Vanderstock versus Garland, Garland versus Cargill, United States versus Daniels, United States versus Rahimi. You know, just to name a few on the federal level, and God forbid if we got into...
Okay, listen, Rahimi is a bad case. Rahimi is a bad case made with bad facts that potentially creates bad legal precedent. Rahimi is a fucking shit show. I really don't like that we staked our flag into that one.
State level. I might have an aneurysm in this video. But yeah, anyway, government, constitution, two separate things. Let's move on. Oh wait, sorry, I saw this comment. We cannot move on. Racism is the key to understanding the views of the right-wing libertarian.
Libertarians are centrist, but okay.
And they want small government because
yes,
in their racist pea brains, all the government does is to
No.
take money from the good guys, i.e. white people, and give it to the undeserving bums, black people and immigrants.
but where's the lie? But where's the lie? I'm sorry. Last I checked, I still pay federal income tax. Disproportionately so compared to apparently the fucking thousands of Somalians who do nothing but scam the federal government. So it does look like that. And when my tax money isn't being scammed away by Somalis, it goes to pay for food stamps. Which, do we really want to go into the demographics of who relies on food stamps disproportionately, very frequently without good reason to do so? Is that a conversation that you would like to have, nameless Redditor?
At the same time, they worship the police and think the government should be tough on crime because
Yes, I really don't want people who commit violent crime to be back in my community. If I were allowed to just hunt them for sport, that's also an acceptable alternative.
In their minds, tough on crime means tough on black people and immigrants. They would be deeply opposed to any tough on crime legislation that would actually crack down on the most deadly and harmful crimes in America, such as corporate pillaging of the economy and environment or drunk driving. Those aren't the crimes they want to
Isn't drunk driving a felony?
be tough on, because those crimes white conservatives love to commit. What these assholes want is limited government for themselves and a fascist police state for minorities. Right-wing libertarians make perfect sense once you realize it's all a load of horse shit and they're just racist crypto-fascists.
This person must be so fun at Thanksgiving.
Holy shit, this one comment alone could warrant an entire video, but I like how they're kind of self-reporting by saying that apparently the only people who commit crime are black people and immigrants. Like liberals and leftists accidentally being some of the most racist people ever will never not be funny. No, gun nuts. The CDC did not say what you keep insisting they said. Hey CDC, how many DGUs are there each year? And if you were wondering, DGU does not stand for Disc Golf United. It stands for Defensive Gun Use, but we don't
500,000 on the low end estimate.
know. We haven't studied it. Oh, why haven't you studied it? That would be inconvenient. We do know that discredited researchers Gary Kleck and John Lott made claims in the 90s that billions of DGUs take place every year, but we cannot confirm or reject their work because we have not studied it. The CDC says there are 50 billion DGUs per year. Don't you trust the CDC? What the fuck even is this meme? 657 upvotes, and it's like a pizza cake comic. Like
It's also like lefty meme, wall of text.
they're arguing against a straw man. But isn't it convenient that a government institution will study every single gun incident that's actually politically convenient to them, and then not study one of the most logical metrics to actually
Well, not only that, the government will actively lie with the data of how they're actually performing their studies. Like the dog shit study that the CDC produced claiming that guns are the leading cause of death in children, yet for some reason leaving out sudden infant mortality and including 18 and 19-year-olds into the scope of their work. Funny how that works out. Funny how legal adults were counted as children under that survey.
determine policy. I feel like if you think more deeply about this comic, especially the second panel, it's kind of a self-own. Seriously, the CDC has never said that. That isn't a study you're trying to cite, and the original research is junk. You can stop posting comments before actually looking at your source now. Holy fuck, this is one of the most Reddit mods I've ever seen on a subreddit. Just so arrogant and condescending every single time they post a comment that they pin themselves. Pretty sure the CDC is forbidden to study gun deaths to appease the gun lobby. Maybe I half remember. Oh, like I said, convenient. That soft ban has been lifted recently, and every study since has been overwhelmingly clear. Guns are a detriment to society. Again, how
Things that didn't happen for 500, Alex.
convenient that they don't even post one of those studies to prove that it is actually a detriment to society. They're just vague posting about it. But this is what gets you 72 upvotes, guys. And if you scroll down, you get, well, exactly the expected result. The one moderator just completely
Filthy redcoat who hates the freedom only can give. What? That's not a subtitle that makes sense, my guy. I mean, it is the most Reddit mod. It is the most Reddit mod self-description, I guess.
nuking any comment that disagrees with him, which is absolutely great. The FBI analyzed 160 cases of active shooters over the period from 2000 to 2013, and not one was stopped by a concealed carry permit holder who was not active duty military, a security guard, or a police officer.
Elijah Schaefer, I think was the what was the guy? What was the name of the kid who stopped the mass shooter? Dickens, Elijah Dickens is who I'm thinking about. Yeah, put the fucker down with his concealed carry. What I think it was like a Glock 48. It was not a comfortable gun to shoot. So it's pretty much a bone stock Glock that he was concealed carrying and put the fucker into the ground. Although I guess that's why they're cutting it off at 2013. Excuse me.
Officer, 21 were stopped by unarmed civilians. So this is where we go back to why knowing how they collected the data is important, because I read this, and if you actually look at how the study was taken, active shooters does not include people who brought a gun to like an area to shoot people. You actually have to shoot the gun for them to classify it as an active shooter. So a civilian could have shot someone before they started shooting people, and that would not count in these statistics. Also, this could be used against the idea that we have gun-free zones, because if we actually truly have gun-free zones that citizens abide by, then the only person with a gun shooting people is going to be the criminal. It's just...
Well, yeah, or the responding cops. That's why the correct nomenclature for gun-free zones is target-rich environment.
It's basic logic. And then they try to cite that 12 police officers fired 141 shots at the two killers, none of which hit their targets, as if, like, that...
But trust the government to keep you safe, citizen, despite the fact that they're also actively preventing said government from actually training police officers well.
Means something? I mean, yeah, they're probably gonna take cover or whatever. You know, it's not, it's a deterrent, right? Engaging in suppressive fire means that they can't actually shoot back, which is a good thing. I could tear down this entire article, but you guys can go read it for yourself. But here we have the same mod crashing out. Sigh, another brigade. You gun nuts are really upset. Continued gun nut posting can result in a ban. As in, after this post was made. Well then, if you aren't going to respect the rules... I haven't read any comments or visited this thread
I can tell that this dude was bullied in school, and for good reason.
before. Just out of curiosity, why would you ban someone who disagrees with you? This whole sub is created to mock a couple 100 million people. You won't even give those people a chance to speak their mind, and instead choose to ban them, essentially forcing them into silence on the topic. We do ban people, however, who partake in brigades. Well, you are the one who determines what it...
Wait, hold the fuck up. The first rule of Cuck Club is that you can't have pro-gun opinions. I'm sorry, what the fuck?
A quote-unquote brigade is. So again, just Redditors using semantics to enforce their fucking retarded rules. I don't know what a DGU means. Defensive gun use. They're like unicorns.
Apparently there's at least 500,000 unicorns born every year.
It's 24 upvotes. Holy shit, dude. This subreddit seems like hell to navigate. Every single comment removed my moderator. These are the controversial posts, by the way. Whataboutism citation needed. Oh, wait, this comment isn't deleted. I carry, and it's not my obligation to stop an active shooter unless they're directly threatening me. I'm looking for the safest path away from the scene, and this is...
I mean, also kind of true. Like, no one... If police officers don't have a duty to save you, neither do you really... You don't have an obligation to do so as a member of your community. I would say that you probably have a soft duty to do that, but you should prioritize yourself and your family. Like, you're not supposed to be responding to an active shooter. If anything, doing so puts you in harm's way, because then you may be misidentified as the shooter and put down by the responding police force.
Actually what they do teach you in concealed carry class. They tell you to, run, hide, fight. That's the basic rules. And this person said if someone is directly threatening you and you pull your gun, you just increased your chances of being shot. Congratulations on pretending to remain safe. Why would you pull your gun on them if they're like looking at you and like, let's say they happen not to shoot you immediately, right? Like that's fucking retarded.
Yes, you're not supposed to attempt to... Oh, that's a conversation that I just had yesterday. If you are being threatened with a firearm, means that you need to... The only scenario where you need to try to draw is a counter ambush, meaning you divert the attention of your attacker to something else. For example, the thing that they want from you. For example, your wallet or your bag. You need to separate yourself from said bag, introducing a reactionary gap when at that point, you can produce your firearm and kill him, which, is difficult and risky to do, but it's less risky than expecting someone who's robbing you at gunpoint to decide to not to use that gun, to not leave any loose ends to identify him later. So, like, there are layers to it. Generally, you're only drawing a gun when you're already at gunpoint is the dumbest thing you can do. Yes, there are other ways of navigating that. A part of that is passive safety, not being in places where you would present an opportunity to be drawn on. Sometimes you just gotta pre-draw. Like if I am in a sketchy area, or if I suspect that someone is trying to follow me, like if I'm going out to get milk at night or something to that effect, if I suspect that someone's movements are unnatural and they're potentially attempting to close the gap with me, I'm just gonna reach under my shirt and I'm just gonna grip my gun. In that situation, I have the upper hand because I can just crank my wrist and shoot through my shirt, essentially. Like, I'm going to ruin my shirt, but I am going to land those hits center mass.
Wait for them to turn around and you shoot them. We've seen this happen a lot, actually, on Twitter if you ever go there. But if a shooter has planned to shoot someone, they probably plan to put the people in the most vulnerable position possible by, like, blocking an exit or whatever, and then just unloading. Like, at that point, I would just pull my gun out and shoot them. They're posing a direct threat. Like, unless you hear the gunshots from far away, which in that case you should run, there is literally zero disadvantage to being armed in that situation, regardless of the situation, right? Like, I don't know why this is so complicated, because open carry on the streets of Texas, if a Walmart full of Texans won't stop a mass shooting, you won't either. 629 upvotes. I don't even know what incident they're actually talking about. I looked it up. Like, this was 6 years ago, so that would be, like, 2019. But the top comment says, police responded to the Dayton shooter within 30 seconds of the first shot. How much quicker of a response could we possibly expect? This good guy with a gun argument is a fallacy and nobody is fooled anymore.
The reason we exist is because you cannot stay ahead of all threats. So what we do is we block by default. If it's not on the list, it cannot run in your environment. And that is our core focus, zero trust principles. The core of Threat Locker is zero trust. 24-hour, 365-day-a-year support. We've got some of the most advanced threat intelligence team. And this isn't an outsourced offshore response, it's our staff.
I guess
but
it's a
how
digital safety solution thing.
Exactly is this a fallacy? If someone literally brings a gun into a store,
if the response time was 30 seconds, then I assume that a person with a gun was already on the premises. It's not really police response at that
start
point.
Shooting people, if those 5 people had a weapon that they easily could just access and shoot back with, how is that not a more preferable solution than them being unarmed? Like, really, why is it a fallacy? Why do we have to go through these hoops? I really don't understand. To them, it'll never be a matter if open carry actually works or not. It's a fantasy that matters, not the reality. Now, I said that either concealed carry or open carry is fine. I think it's more patriotic to open carry. America, we're the country that allows the most guns, right? At least the one where the government, actually allows you to, for the most part. But most of the time, the people who shoot up these places aren't really concerned with living, so it's your job, if they're threatening your life, to end theirs. Unless they run out of ammo, at some point, a good person with a gun is gonna have to stop them. Or I guess if a group of people came up and tackled them or whatever, a bunch of unarmed citizens. But that's like a last resort scenario. You just want to end the problem as soon as possible. Ohio has several...
To the point of open carry, I'm kind of on that page in the sense that I think that it should be socially acceptable to open carry in most scenarios. At the same time, I very infrequently open carry. I open carry when I have to do something like, I don't know, in my neighborhood when I need to check the mail or I need to go across the street to get something. Like, I will open carry in that scenario. Or if I'm walking somewhere in the evening, I will open carry. Among other things, to keep the Hindus uncomfortable. But for the most part, if I'm going out in public, I'm going to be concealed carrying. to not make myself the most likely target for a shooter in a who's targeting, a soft target environment. And that also means that I can carry in places that have no gun signs. Not in the sense that it's a lack of gun signs, that they have signs that attempt to limit carry to a certain extent. I will conceal carry, and it's not an issue until they try to trespass me, and they're not going to trespass me because they don't know I have a gun. And the only way that that gun is going to come out is in a circumstance where I would need it to survive.
Police stopped the attacker in less than a minute. We still had 9 deaths. There is nothing that's a better reputation of good guy with a gun.
I'm sorry, but what's a police officer if not a good guy with a gun? Especially if they're already on the scene. Because the only way they're going to respond in less than a minute if they're already there.
What is actually being refuted here? The actual logistics of this argument makes 0 sense. And I will never understand it. I want to get on a call with someone who believes this and actually talk through them and work.
I actually tried doing that. I'm trying to find someone who has all of the incorrect gun opinions and actually sit them the fuck down to talk. Because I want to explore that mindset, but to the surprise of no one, those people aren't fans of me.
Get out okay, so if 0 people had a gun versus 1 person having a gun, would you want that person to have a gun if there was someone there trying to shoot you that was also in close vicinity? Would this person honestly say, no, that person shouldn't have a gun either? What the fuck? I feel like I'm either not retarded enough to understand this, or there's some type of ulterior motive for they want innocent people to die or something. I don't get it. Stop telling me why I'm afraid of your AR-15. Anti-gun people are
You're afraid of it because you're low T.
afraid of the AR-15 because it looks scary. No, I am afraid of the AR-15 for 4 reasons. None of them have anything to do with how it looks. 1, it is a device made to deliver flying metal with high accuracy and is optimized for accuracy and high cycle rate.
Okay, you've just described every gun ever.
2, its cartridge, the 5.56, uses a Spitzer-shaped bullet chosen for combat due to its flight performance and tendency to yaw in soft tissue, resulting in dramatic wounding effect.
You also described every firearm ever. That's the same reason I carry a 9mm jacketed hollow point, because it performs well in soft tissue in typical engagement ranges for self-defense.
3, you. I'm far more afraid of you,
Good, be afraid of me, bitch.
the asshole with the AR-15, than I am of the rifle. When I see a cop or a soldier similarly equipped, I'm not filled with fear and dread. When I see your fat, drunk, hillbilly ass following Muslims to church and hanging out in front of Planned Parenthood, intimidating people with your freedoms, I am justifiably afraid of you killing me.
I don't need an AR-15 to kill OP. I can just beat you to death with my bare hands, and there ain't shit you can do about it.
This was 10 years ago, holy shit. 4, because of the implication, as a post here so eloquently put it, Gunnits are trying to say something without talking, and that something is disagree with me, and it could be the last thing you ever do.
Again, I don't need a gun for that. I could literally just snap your fucking twig of a neck with my bare hands.
447 upvotes. Oh man, if only we could get these people that you think are so crazy off the fucking street for good. Maybe, just maybe, but no, you guys keep voting in people who just want to put them right back on the street because, I don't know, you think they can get reformed or whatever. Honestly, the gun should be like the ultimate test. Are you able to have a gun? Would you do something crazy if you own the gun? And if the answer is no, I think you should be fine for society. If the answer is yes, then the box, off to the box you go. I'll give you 2.
Well, yeah, here's the thing. Like, the whole discussion about, oh, we shouldn't allow felons to have guns because they're dangerous. Then why do we allow them to participate in society? They're too dangerous to be allowed to have, an implement that facilitates violence. Are we not concerned that they're going to find other implements that facilitate violence? Why do we want those people just out and about in society then? Perhaps to the box they go. Oh, that's too expensive? It's inhumane? Okay, just put them down. Your terms are acceptable.
Two options. You get a box or an island. We'll buy an island with taxpayer money that we can put all the crazy people on.
I mean, we have Epstein's Island. We can use that.
Bingo. It's done.
They can build their own utopia of Falanistan over there. That would be a banger reality TV show.
And then we'll have them just turn bigger rocks into smaller rocks for the end of time. I'm not afraid of the gun. I'm afraid of the fucking moron that thinks it's okay to carry the thing around with them to places where a gun is not needed or wanted. I think a gun is needed everywhere and wanted everywhere. Obviously by...
Yeah, I'm sorry. I allegedly conceal carry a gun in places that have 30-06 and 30-07 signs. Cope and seethe, piss and shit.
Law-abiding citizens. But why not? I don't see anything wrong with it. I'm also afraid of the relative ease a malcontent, crazy idiot, values voter, racist zealot, or otherwise general idiot can attain one of these weapons and shoot up whatever they think is pissing them off at the time. I get annoyed that stupid fucks believe their Second Amendment rights trumps my rights to a peaceful existence.
There's no such thing as a right to a peaceful existence.
Play with your gun at home. I don't need to be in the same room with you and your pacifier in a public place. I don't need your fucking help. If anything, I believe you're a giant fuck up that will much more likely to fuck up a non-life-threatening situation into a multi-casualty incident due to your superhero delusions. I'm not scared of the lions at the zoo, but when I see a random idiot walking one on a leash in the city, I get a little worried.
Hands that can't bench press 225 wrote this entire post, by the way.
Holy shit, this guy did not eat breakfast.
I can hear the soy on his breath.
This morning when he wrote this. Wow. Also, who said you have a right to a peaceful existence? What the fuck does that even mean? So what, the government has to like bow to your every demand so that you have a peaceful existence?
My peaceful existence requires tax evasion. I guess I have a right to do that now.
I think the Bill of Rights states that you have the right to pursue happiness, but this is so entitled. Holy shit. This guy needs to have a conversation with his wife's boyfriend about how rights are actually recognized because they are unalienable, which doesn't mean that they are granted by the government. It means you already are given them and that the government is supposed to recognize them. And I know damn well that peaceful existence is not in the Bill of Rights. This is the most Reddit logic thing I have read in a very long time. And in fact, I almost want to make a post about it just because of how funny it is. But anyway, if we scroll down, we see the mod again and this is one of my least favorite mods. Looks like this was too offensive for a lot of gun owners. Note to self, don't make jokes about their weight. Oh, it feels so good being right all the time, just every single day, just being vindicated. I almost want to give
Bitch thinks that being victim weight is an achievement.
Redditors credit, and then I find subs like this, and I'm like, yeah, it's all basically gone. That's it. If a man feels the need to carry a gun with him wherever he goes, he's not a paranoid weirdo, but actually a responsible gun owner taking personal responsibility for his safety.
Yes?
Widespread proliferation of guns has nothing to do with gun violence. Nothing at all. You European bitch liberal.
Correct.
You know what the real problem is? Black people, not guns.
Listen, take it up with the fucking FBI.
Cars, knives, swimming pools, am I right?
Swimming pools have a higher incident of accident deaths than guns. Chew on that.
Gun nuts have no middle ground. You're either a patriot or a gun grabber.
Correct.
There are no reasonable compromises or
there are none.
Or middle ground. Universal background checks, tyranny.
Yes, because you're introducing a government mediator for me using or disposing of my property. Get fucked.
How did it get so bad? And this just goes to show that
Every disarmed population that we make fun of today, the UK, Canada, Australia, they all started with quote-unquote compromises. They all started with the middle ground. These people, excuse me, I use the term loosely. They're really commies, and we know that commies aren't people. But every time they start their shit, it's always incremental. They are incrementalists. They are fine with eroding your rights gradually. I am sorry, but the argument of gun regulations being necessary is blown the fuck out of the water by the sheer fact that we had lower incidences of violent crime when you could mail order a machine gun to your door without a background check.
Left actually does not know the positions on the right whatsoever because what is this critique? It all falls back to the same thing, racism. And also, how does caring about your personal safety make you a paranoid weirdo? What reality do we live in? I trust my fellow man up to a certain point, and unfortunately, especially nowadays, because we seem to keep letting criminals out so regularly, it seems like you're the weirdo for not wanting to be able to protect yourself to the best of your ability.
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people who don't understand that violence is actually real and exists in the world don't understand a necessity to have some kind of barrier separating you from said violence. Usually it's pathetic, sheltered people who've grown up without being punched in the face a single time. Like, no one who actually has a competence in violence, both dealing it and resisting it, would forego having a gun on their person. Like, there is no I don't know a single well-trained person, and by well-trained I mean well-trained at least in basic hand-to-hand combatives, who does not think that a gun is your best implement for self-defense.
Like, you voted for this. Why are you not paranoid yourself? I feel like you're the weird one for not being paranoid, to be honest. There's 100% a way to solve the gun violence problem without stomping on most people's rights. But I guess we're not ready for that conversation yet. But anyway, thank you to all my base gods, base legends, super based, and base certified members.
Okay, those subscription tiers are questionable. Alright, speaking of people who should be liberated, Lilacs, they have a new product lineup. I don't know what it is. It just popped up in my recommended feed, so we're going to look at it. Also, cool Maxim 9 in the background. Chris Vector. Respect.
ライラックスの深夜です。皆さん、アジア最大のエアソフトガンのイベントっていうのをご存知でしょうか？
Are we aware of Asia's largest airsoft event? No, I am not. Please tell us.
それがですね、2017年から台湾の台北で行われている MOA エキスポ。
MOA Expo in Taiwan. Interesting. Let's look it up. MOA Expo. W name, by the way. MOA Expo 2025. Oh, happened in July. Interesting. Is there a date for 2026? MOA Fall Conference. Wait, there's one in... Oh, okay. American Orthopedics. That's probably different. MOA Expo. Let's see. 2025. There's still no announcement for next year, given that it's more than half a year out, I guess. MOA Masterclass. Okay, cool. Damn. Info exhibitors for 2025. Surefire. Okay, Crytek. Unicorn Airsoft. Ace Tech. LCT. Aries. I'm not seeing a lot of names. I'm seeing some names I recognize. Interesting that Surefire is doubling down on the airsoft market. Gunfire, Hazel, Pandora, Saber. Magpul is usually present for the... Interesting that Tokyo Maru is not present. You would think that they would be one of the premier presents, but like Cry and Surefire, but not Tokyo Maru. Okay. How old is this video? 8 hours ago.
というものなんですけども、こちら台湾、中国、香港、そして日本などのエアソフト関連メーカーが集結する、トイガンの見本市、展示会が行われております。
So it's an event that's attended by large manufacturers from Hong Kong, Taiwan, from Japan, and from China.
で、今年はですね、つい先週の11月、28日から30日まで開催されておりまして、実はですね、今回、ライラックスのスタッフがなんと現地に行って、商談と、会場の映像を撮ってきてくれまして、
This year took place in end of November. Okay.
商談と、会場の映像を撮ってきてくれましたので、どんな会場で何が行われているのか、そしてどんな新商品があるのか、ぜひ一緒に見ていきたいと思います。その映像なんですけど、僕もね、今初めてちょっと見るので。
So we're going to get footage from the show floor of the most recent event.
ぜひ一緒にチェックしていきましょう。それでは、こちらの映像です。はい、というわけで、うわ、めっちゃサバゲー日和やないですか。で、こちらの建物が、台北世界貿易センターと、MO
The Taipei World Trade Center. It's really interesting how Taiwan actually has a lot of Japanese influence in their architecture.
A のエキスポが開催されている会場なんですけど、うわ、すっごい。
All right, the show floor isn't gigantic. I'd say it's like comparable to MCon, at least the one that I've been to in Vegas.
これめちゃめちゃでかいイベントですね。こちら MOA2025 というところで、会場の様子映してもらってますけども、もう名だたるブランド
Umarex? Okay.
が勢ぞろいとなっております。GHK とか Umarex とか見えてますけど、こちらはですね、新商品とかいろいろ出てくるのかな。こちらのブース PTS のブースですね。PTS があったり、正式ライセンス取って、やっぱり Unity とか
Unity, right?
置いてますね。うわ、こんなに商品あるんや。そしてエーステックさん、エーステックさんはね、ジャパンもありますんで頑張ってるんですけど、そして続いてスペクナアームズ。もうこちらの会社ね、結構素晴らしい商品いっぱいあるんですけど、何よりライラックス今熱烈アプローチをしてくれてる企業さんですので、今後取り扱いがあるのかもしれないです。
FN。
そしてボルトエアソフトさんの
Bolt Airsoft。
ここに見えてるのは、これはおそらく
He's just describing basically whose booths he's
VFC かな？ですね。やっぱり VFC ベガフォースカンパニーとなっております。
That seems to be a large conglomerate of these airsoft brands.
ブースでかっ。
Significantly large booth. Okay.
そしてですね、VFC さんやっぱりね、こういう実銃ライセンス取ったパーツとかもめちゃくちゃ作ってる。
Oh, okay. They're making furniture for licensed airsoft replicas for gun furniture.
ですけども、やっぱ銃自体もパーツもそうですけど、作りが本当いいんですよ。もうエアソフト用とは思えないような。
Apparently, a very high quality manufacturer. So I guess they make sort of lightened versions of gun furniture that's used in airsoft. I don't really know why you would need to replicate things like plastic furniture, like the Magpul shit. Like you can just use Magpul furniture isn't expensive. You can just run that on your build.
こういったパーツいろいろ出てるの。
Even like I see a BCM foregrip there. You can just run BCM parts. They're not that expensive.
で、要チェックですね。そしてランサータクティカルのブース。結構ね、ランサータクティカルさん、これ新商品結構出てるはずなので、今回展示してるんじゃないでしょうか。これもおそらく新商品ですね。ガス風呂かな、ボルトとかマガジンとかがあるので、これガス風呂っぽいですね。うわ、これ
So these are gas block operated rifles, I guess.
なんか見たことあるレシーバーなんですけど、紹介してくれますね。ランサータクティカの新商品だそうです。
So apparently it's a new product.
SLR の正式モデル。うわー、めちゃくちゃいいですね。 おそらくアルミ製なんで結構軽いんじゃないでしょうか。うわ、これボルトの素材が実銃と一緒ってめっちゃテンション上がりますね。まあ、スチール製とかで、まあ、各パーツを作ってくれてるそうなので、まあ、耐久性とかはね問題ないんじゃ
It's like it tries to replicate the operation of an actual AR as closely as possible, so it has a reciprocating bolt and like an internal hammer.
ないでしょうか。まあ、最近ねこういうガス風呂かなり各社
Ambidextrous, what is that? That's probably, that looks like a Radian safety and an ambi bolt release, okay.
いろいろ出してますけども、まあ、こうやって正式ライセンスで出してくれるっていうのは本当ありがたいですよね。あ、東京マルイさんの五感あるそうなので、これねマガジンとかも買い足さなくてもそのまま使えちゃうと。やっぱね東京マルイさんのもう各パーツ各本体もう本当にいい動きするので、五感っていうのは結構ありがたいですね。で、まあ、各種正式ライセンスを取ってリアルに再現してくれてると。あ、こういうところもめちゃくちゃ嬉しいですね。なんか日に日に海外のこういったエアソフトガンの進化がこうやって見えて本当に面白いですね。
So apparently, like a lot of the advancements in our weapons handling habits are bleeding into the airsoft scene. Like you see those flared magwells, lightened trigger guards.
まあ性能もかなり良さそうです。
And the quality is very high.
そして続いてなんですけど、こちら MOS マニュファクチャーのブースだそうです。これねアークタウラスとかをまあ作ってる、まあ、会社さんなんですけども、これも新製品がねなんかちょっと期待できそうですね。うわー、こんな系の銃に囲まれたら本当圧巻ですね。アークタウラスの銃勢ぞろいなんですが、お、こちら新製品オスプレイだそうです。なんかどっかで見たことあるようなスライドが使われてるんですけども、でもこれいいですよね。
Like a non-reciprocating sight platform, okay.
ああ、内部もまあスチール製で耐久
Mimmed parts, okay. It's fine in airsoft. It's fine in airsoft.
めちゃくちゃいいじゃないですか。東京マルイの五感というところで、まあ、パーツとかもね結構いろいろ使えるところが
Okay, swappable mag
ある
release.
んじゃないでしょうかね。
What the fuck is that optics placement? Because it's on the non-reciprocating part of, well, not the slide technically, but it's on the part of the gun that doesn't cycle. So it's the same principle as the Alien and like the other race gun that we looked at today. You hate airsoft, dude. Get the fuck off your fucking high gunpowder smeller horse, okay? That's all the good Japanese and Taiwanese boys can have, all right?
ぜひね日本版で
There are real guns that do the same fucking thing. Like the Logo Alien does the same fucking thing. They have a non-reciprocating frame where you actually have your optics mount.
樹脂スライドとかで出してくれたらいいな。あ、そしてもう一つ商品のご紹介。
Airsoft is what brings out the guntism in the Japanese, okay? Let them cook. How are you doing today?
新製品テンペスト
Fixed barrel compensator.
まあこれでもハイキャパベースの
Compensator
ハ
is
ンドガン
locked
に
in
な
with
ってい
screw
るよう
bottom
なん
here.
ですけども、
And just like
こ
all
れ
of
ア
our
ウターバレルが
other
固定されているコンペンセーター型というところで、これ命中精度とかもねかなり良さそうですね。サイトの形状最初から変えてくれてる。これ本当でかい。ここ変えるだけでね結構数千円飛びますから。あ、終わりましたね。というわけでいかがだったでしょうか。まあ、こちら気になる商品はねいろいろあったんですけども、まあ、この現地に行ったスタッフによるとですね、
Hate it when it gets away with shit. Don't crack your stress up because you basically said something slightly less egregious than declaring a lack of affinity for parries in modern action games. I said, I'm not getting my stress up. I'm just saying, airsoft bros are okay. They're good lads. I don't want to denigrate them. Do they get up to goofy shit occasionally? Yes, they do. But it's as close as the Japanese can get to being gun nerds as of right now. You need to nurture the guntism in the prongs of Pax Americana. Alien is a weird gun. It shoots very nice. I've shot a friend's Lago Alien. I wouldn't buy one because I don't like race guns. I don't like owning race guns. I say as I really want to buy a Stealth Arms Platypus, but that's besides the point.
I would say dry fire is your training.
All right, Ben Stoger. That's a quick clip of his, but you know what? Man does know how to shoot. I did say the word platypus, yes. I'm very specifically referring to the Stealth Arms in 2011 that takes Glock mags. I want one. I will spend $2,000 on a 2011, and it's going to be a Stealth Arms Platypus, and there is nothing you can do to stop me.
I would say dry fire is your training. So if you get you'll get a limited exposure to shooting live ammo, whatever that would be. I mean, shooting 1,000 rounds of 9mm a month, that is a lot. It is a ton for people. I mean, for a normal person to be shooting.
It's also a shit ton of money.
But if you're really into training and competing, you might want to shoot 10 times that, 20 times that. It might be what you want to shoot, but you can't, right? You're limited. And what ends up happening is the dry fire is your training and the live fire is kind of the test, where there's just daily training, like in very serious and systematic fashion, setting up targets, setting time limits, drawing, reloading, moving, every little technical thing that you want to work on, you can polish it with dry fire. And that for most people, that's the only way you're going to do it because you are not going to shoot that much. It's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard you say even if you even have 5 minutes a day to dry fire, that will drastically improve your shooting ability if you stay consistent.
It's mostly the habit of doing it daily or near daily. Like having the gun in your hand every day, practicing, drawing from a holster, transitioning targets.
That's one of the reasons I went ahead and just bought an extra gun for my desk, being the 19X, just because I can now use it for like casual dry fire. And I try to make it sort of a useful exercise anyway. First of all, I remind myself of safe gun handling because I know that I keep this gun unloaded. When I pick it up from its holster, I still remove the magazine, I do a press check, and I want to see either nothing or I need to very distinctly see that it's a bright orange snap cap that's in the chamber. Then I can sort of go through forming my correct grips, looking at my iron sight, going through, like, there's my wall, clean break, let's do a reset. And I've started doing that a lot more now that there's a gun that's just convenient for that purpose, because it's, staged on my desk, as opposed to having to go to my carry gun, unload it, and sort of go through that additional cycle. And also potentially damage my carry ammo, which realistically I should probably cycle out the rounds that I'm currently carrying because it's been about a year. But that's besides the point. I would have had to cycle them out sooner just through the process of being loaded into the chamber, of loading and unloading my gun.
Whatever, all those different things.
And so another thing, there's a lot out, there's, I don't know, a million different things about like trigger press specifically, right? Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that will tell you like, pull from the wall, like do it slow, let the trigger surprise you, or...
I hate that so fucking much. Nothing about a gun's operation should surprise you. That is like peak Fudlore advice.
Or know exactly when it's going to break, like how much, and there's also people that say if your grip is adequate, then trigger press is completely irrelevant. Like, what are your thoughts on trigger press?
I would say like I focus more on grip. I'm one of those people. I wouldn't say that it doesn't matter, but I'm going to grip the gun like a certain way. And then the trigger pressing, like I'm pressing it fast and learning to press it fast and training to press it fast. Typically, I won't have feel for like a wall of the trigger or like exactly where the reset point is. I don't really know that stuff usually when I'm shooting. A lot of that is that I hop platforms a lot. And the other part of it is that I don't really care about that stuff from a technique perspective. I don't really think that's helping. I just focus on pulling the trigger as straight as I can, as fast as I can. Which, I know that sounds kind of obvious, but it's a way different than like, oh, shoot press to the wall and, some hyper specific technique. It'll like I end up seeing is,
when in a self-defense situation, first thing to fail is sight alignment, second is trigger press, third is stance, all you have left is grip. Real and true. I guess your trigger press is also largely a function, well, it's going to be a combination of what your muscle memory is for the trigger press. If as long as you have consistent grip and you've trained with your firearm, then you're going to have the consistent muscle memory of what a trigger pull is going to be. Like, you're going to have a consistent pattern of what your trigger pull is. It doesn't have to be a perfect precision 100-yard precision shot trigger pull. It needs to be good enough to not take your gun off the target that's directly in front of you. And sight alignment, fortunately, is mostly solved with red dots these days. But yeah, I think that a grip is a very important thing, because you will occasionally hobble around with an empty weapon just to try and consistently dry fire while stumbling. That's, train how you fight. You end up in crazy positions that way. Interesting. But I'd say that, yes, grip is a very important step in shooting, because the way you grip a firearm is the way you interface with it. And it's actually not universal to firearms. It's the same, for example, in Iaido. The way you form your grips like you're supposed to index off of your weapon in order to create a consistent way of gripping, because your grip will then influence how you manipulate the weapon, be it a sword or a handgun or a rifle for that matter. So I'm very much in favor of prioritizing grip, because it is the first step of you interacting and being able to effectively manipulate your weapon.
People adopt a technique like that and they can shoot really well under certain circumstances. As soon as we change it towards like now they're not comfortable with that, they're fucked.
So how do you, like, again, it's easy to keep a sight picture when you're pulling from the wall like one time at a couple of yards, but how do you get to the point where you can have a lot of movement in your index finger and be pulling the trigger really aggressively without disturbing the sights? Is that just dry fire, or?
Well, it's part of it's dry fire, but it's also applying that same concept to live fire, right? So you'll learn to grip the gun a certain way and then press the trigger quickly, not moving anything else. And then when you're shooting live ammo, you keep your focus on the same point. And that's really hard for people. Like they focus on one thing during their dry training and they're getting a good outcome. But then once they start shooting live ammo, they become really result oriented. They're not focused on the same process anymore. The recoil's distracting them, whatever.
I guess you could chalk that up to target panic to a large extent.
So, and then this might be a loaded question because you probably do a bunch of different drills, but if there's one drill or two or three that are most important to recommend to people?
Well, the one drill, and this has been a big part of the training push I've done the last, 8 years, is like doubles is a drill that I like. I mean, might articulate it a few different ways, but we're talking shooting really aggressive pairs, like about as fast as I can pull the trigger, and not being worried too much about the outcome, like where the rounds go, just how the gun tracks and recoil, how I'm gripping it, and then making sure that I hold it in a way and I do the right thing with my eyes and the gun returns precisely back to the spot that I wanted to. And shooting drills like that, you learn about input, like how you move the gun when you're pulling the trigger. You get a sense for that input and then you can work to mitigate it. So I think the big thing there is shooting so aggressively that you're going to create these problems so you can work through them. And that's a big change. Like a lot of firearms trainers don't like that stuff.
They don't like it how?
Well, it's just not the way they were trained and not the way they believe people should be trained. So A common thing you used to hear on like law enforcement ranges, like let's say a guy shoots a miss, like misses the target. Oh, you know, hey, there's a lawyer attached to every bullet you fire and all this. And it becomes that whole discussion. Whereas like, and then those personalities would want to shut down the training that I want to do. I'm like, no, I want it to be fast. I want guys missing in their training. Right. So my philosophy is you look at any sort of shooting scenario that we want. You know,
well, yeah, because missing is in and of itself a training deficit. It's fine to miss because you're going fast in training, because that identifies issues that you currently have with operating your weapon. And it's not a reason to not do the training. It's a reason to cover those training deficits.
Want guys to be really proficient at. Okay, so like a dash cam footage of an officer, like really quickly backing up, getting his gun out really quick, boom, 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 shooting really aggressively. Okay, but like, all right, that's real world circumstance. And then you look at the training, it's very slow, standing, you know, very deliberate. And we're like, well, the guys trained in this way, there's, you know, the average hit percentage, like 1 in 5 rounds they fire hit their intended target nationally, something like that, some number like that. The guys trained in that way typically miss. The guys trained the way that I want them to train, I think they hit more. But that's a tough sell to people, right? That know that, like, well, no, our guys are missing a lot, so we have to slow down and shoot accurately. Whereas I'll say, hey, no, make the circumstances as real as you can as far as the movement, the speed of it. Allow dudes to miss a little bit, and then they can figure it out faster. Which I know all that's true, what I'm saying. Like, it's definitely a better outcome faster, but that's a tough sell to certain people.
Yeah, I think that's like, obviously everybody wants to leave the range with a fist-sized group, and you know, but that doesn't, like, from listening to you, that doesn't really teach you much. And I've heard you liken it to
teach
like
you anything.
Driving a race car.
Yeah. I mean, if you like cars, that's a good example. Like, I wouldn't go to a track day and drive the car like well inside the limit the whole day. I want to get the car on the limit. Like, that's what I want to do. I mean, I might crash. I hope not. But it's like, I want to drive the car on the limit. The same as with shooting. It's like, well, I want to shoot the gun right on the limit of anything I can do. And yeah, there'll be mistakes occasionally, but that's how I'm going to learn. If I'm shooting a fist-sized group and leaving the range, it's like, what I know is I didn't learn anything that day.
Yeah.
Maybe I demonstrated skill and impressed the girls.
So how would you recommend people train that only have or mostly have access to indoor?
I would say that it's very similar, a similar principle in combatives. Once you have your fundamentals down, you generally want to drive your speed upward and push yourself to a point where you make the neurological adaptation of functioning as quickly as possible without form breakdown. Reminds you of a drill you'd set up to do with a billiards target. Generated a lot of mistakes. Interesting. What's a billiards target? Oh, billiards are like they have like little pool balls on the targets.
Ranges that, you know, they don't like.
The one I like for handguns specifically is dot torture. It is a bitch to do, and I have yet to do it timed. Because I've yet to complete a full course of fire without like fucking it very, very badly.
Rapid fire, there's no moving around. Like, what do you recommend to people?
Oh my God. No rapid fire. It's like, well, there's limits to what you could do. It'd be like, what's your training going to be? A lot of dry fire. That's your training. And then I would cheat the rapid fire.
People for ranges that, you know. So how would you recommend people train that only have or mostly have access to indoor ranges that, you know, they don't like rapid fire, there's no moving around? Like, what do you recommend to people?
Oh my God. No rapid fire. It's like, well, there's limits to what you could do. It'd be like, what's your training going to be? A lot of dry fire. That's your training. And then I would cheat the indoor system as much as possible. Oh, I can't draw from a holster. Well, I'll pick the gun quick up off the table and, you know, fire as many rounds as I can fire without getting in trouble or whatever. I'll cheat the system a lot. But at the end of the day, again, your dry fire is your practice anyway. So the range limitations, they are real limitations, but it shouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of those you can dance around. Usually it's a conversation with an RSO. The range is primarily concerned with you not damaging their equipment. If they can see that you are capable of controlling your weapon, you can go fast with it up to a certain point. You'd pick certain targets in certain orders because at 10-15 yards it's a hard target to hit at speed and requires throttling in transition because of the size change. You change round counts, add reloads, it's a whole thing. That sounds like a pretty thought out protocol.
Sign up now to DeLorean Labs.
What is this? Oh, that's a karate combat round, and it's Gabriel Varga, which is why I actually picked this up. I want to take a look
to get on the allow list for the upcoming DeLorean
at how he fights here.
Token presale on Republic.com.
Because from my understanding, he's like a decorated Muay Thai fighter, so it's interesting to see what the current rule set is. Because I believe, yeah, this is a year ago. Okay. Well, still interesting to look at it.
Starting January 21st. Hashtag when DeLorean. What about to open the main card here? Black Panther.
Okay, so they have point karate gloves. Interesting.
For Varga, white pants for Madera.
Madera seems to be I'm not sure what he is. That's a very long stance. The hand placement is a sort of reminiscent of a Philly shell. I'm not sure if it's that or if it's just a modified point karate stance.
Venezuela versus Canada.
That cross.
I don't dislike the footwork.
Yeah. Yep. The big right hand.
He's not as springy as point karate people are, so okay.
And that's what he said.
Varga is he's squared up in a full contact stance. You'll have to see it.
You can see traditional karate.
Big steps on big heel steps on the front leg.
Yep. The big right hand. That's what he said. You can see traditional karate style. The blitz coming forward. I would move to the side if I was Varga instead of straight backwards. You know, sometimes they keep on blitzing.
We tout a lot of the medals and belts that Varga has in a lot of kickboxing organizations like Glory, like Bellator. He's got some world championships. Let's not forget, though, Bas, Andres Madera
tapped him in the eye.
Was an Olympian. He fought in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics for Taekwondo.
Oh, listen, this guy's a freak. And I mean it in a good way.
One thing I think that Varga should try is to go for that leg kick. You see that that his opponent legs are wide open. You know, like he's got a very wide stand.
And that's the way he can check it also because he stands in the bladed position.
No throwing?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, they can't grab legs. Okay, interesting.
When you throw that leg kick, dangerous.
Oh, they can do low kicks now. Interesting.
Get countered by the cross.
And that was actually a good leg kick for Madera, for a guy who's a point karate guy and really digging it in there.
Oh, he is a point karate guy. Okay.
He might have listened to what we say.
Oh.
I apologize, it was karate, of course, not taekwondo, not quite taekwondo, a little bit of error in the notes there, but that's Shuri.
Uchimata, nice.
We're seeing some
Was it an Uchimata or just a hip throw?
Taekwondo, a little bit of error in the notes there, but that's Shuri.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
We're seeing some beautiful technique in the blitz from Madera here.
Yeah,
staying hands down in like range one with Varga, who is primarily a Thai boxer by training. That's gutsy.
Because that I cannot lay on the ground anymore and not move. I got to immediately get back up because that's what he learned the last time they fought. And he did that. Yeah. So
I think Daniel also has. Oh, Gabriel, excuse me. I think Gabriel also has like a reach advantage on him.
Spending a lot of time growing his YouTube channel at Gabriel Varga Official up in British Columbia, where he makes his home.
Man, Madera, he's smart because last time he kept coming forward and now he's very composed. I think that threw Varga off the game.
This is the most classic karate stance into a blitz that we've ever seen in the pair.
Yep.
He's got a very, very good blitz. And for people that just do it in a blitz is when you
Big
push up with your rear leg and you blitz with a cross. You throw your
I really don't like that he's throwing his Gyakutsuki as an overhand.
Cross in a straight line. And he's very good at this.
Look at this beautiful throw.
Cross.
See that one again?
Straight line. And he's very good at this.
Look at this beautiful.
Nice. So they are allowed to grab the pants.
You see a replay of that right hand in the top corner of your screen there. It was a good takedown from Madera once more, and Bas, it seems like he's picked up right where he left off.
He's doing a phenomenal job. I did not expect this, but it's very smart what he's doing. Like I said, he's not coming forward like he did last time. Complete different fighter now. And that threw Varga off. But Varga, you give him one whole round, and he will put it in his computer, and it's going to be different. I should have thrown a knee there, but hey, that's me.
Closing seconds of round number 1. Feint on the blitz there. Well, an aggressive finish from Varga, but a lot of scoring shots landed from
All right,
Madera.
interesting. Let's see if the game plan changes.
Take a look back at some of the action from that opening stanza.
Oh, that's an unfortunate microphone quality.
Oh, nice little.
Is that me, or is that? Let me quickly do a check here. No, I think we're fine.
Almost Haragoshi spinning it.
Yeah, it's them.
Oh, nice little. Almost Haragoshi.
That's
spinning him around.
More of a pushing rumor, but okay. Kind of
There's a lot of
YOLOing
near
the blitz
misses.
there.
Like that blitz, if it would have connect now, it would have caused a lot of damage.
Yep. I always think about Vitor Belfort versus Vanderlei Silva in Brazil when he blitzed straight forward.
Listening into the red corner here.
Your tempo, and then you return. You hit that body. And then you hit the body, and then you go up to the head. You gotta turn it around this time, okay?
Well, you see some very significant
that
damage
right
on
eye.
the right eye of Gabriel
Yeah.
Varga. Getting instructions to attack the body before the head.
Okay, let's see.
Well, let's see what happens if he listens.
Squared up full
And he's the
contact
guy who
stance.
listens, so.
That's where that was supposed to be.
And this is also smart pushing forward.
More aggressive. Okay.
It takes the blitz away.
All right. Boxing combinations
Yeah,
in
and
play.
some of those shots definitely got through. Madera rattled briefly there.
Like you said, Bas, the longer the fight goes, it might favors Varga
Maybe
because
don't
Varga
grab
is
the
very good
leg.
at adapting himself.
Yep. Analyzing.
Madera I would say is faster, maybe more explosive. But as the fight goes on, it might favor Varga.
Is the
Winning
blitz
some
going to slow
exchanges.
as we go through the later round?
But now Madera is also, now he's fighting like he fought last time. He's throwing these wild hooks, and he's got to watch out because the cross is always faster.
Ooh,
Look,
elbows
beautiful
not
elbows.
pleasant.
Yeah, he can't.
I think I
strike
see
from this
blood.
position, though. This is a down position. This is.
Yeah.
He's not able to strike from here. The referee needs to
Oh,
break them
elbow.
up.
Varga hit the back of his head when he got flipped.
He got his forehead split open by that elbow.
Oh, and there is a big cut that has opened up here. Now, here's the tricky thing, right? Some of these, you can't have both knees on the ground for ground and pound. You have to have one leg up with the sole of your foot planted.
I really don't get the rule set because, like, they were on the ground while Varga was doing ground and pounds, but when the guy threw him off and was about to do a heel hook, they stand them back up? What the hell?
That was nice, and it was relaxed the leg, so that fight he's going to feel tomorrow morning when he sits down.
That's what he needs to do. I thought he should have started.
Do that one again?
Tomorrow morning when he sits down.
Oh, that's all
That's
right.
what he needs to do.
That's all right.
I thought he should have started from the beginning, but when you throw that kick, that rear
Gabriel
kick,
got a
you're
lot of
most
momentum now.
vulnerable for
Let's see what
a
he does with it.
counter blitz, you know? So maybe that's why he didn't do it in the first round. He was maybe scared of the Madera explosivity.
It looks like this has given Varga a bit of urgency here. He's pressing
Overhand.
forward a bit more decisively than we've seen so far.
And it's only hooks again now for Madera.
Slipping those
Oh
punches.
man, I would throw a lot of crosses if I was Varga. There we go. Cross to the body, hook to the head.
Yeah,
Tied that together.
The combination of 3 or 4 straights up against the pit wall.
What are the rules
So
for
this is
being
legal,
stood
and now
up?
this is an illegal striking position. Now he's back to a legal position. You just need the referee to be on the ball with these.
I guess there's a time limit.
A lot of blood on the face of Andres Madera.
Looks like Madera is gassed out.
Well,
Also-
Varga really making the most most of it here. 35 seconds left.
He connected with a
big elbows now.
Really? Okay.
Hitting and punching. Got a great position for the Canadian here.
Straight down is just allowed now. Okay.
He put a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
A slow, steady pressure that suffocates his opponent. Now his game plan start to pay off. Madeira is more explosive, but
oh, we are going to get this cut checked. This is, I mean, look, head cuts
And he didn't want to get up.
Tend to bleed pretty profusely.
But the way he got up was not a good sign.
Yeah, let's take a look at what we can see here.
Oh, gee, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, his
I mean,
brow
here's the
is-
thing.
is cut.
Is
They
the
bleed a
blood going
lot.
to go in his eye? That is really the only criteria. Oh no, take it back. if it's if it's that deep,
That's a full-blown laceration.
you've got
Yeah.
to consider a stoppage. It's
Well, still, if they fill it up, if he got stitched Duran here, he would have fixed this thing.
yeah. Here's the thing. Sights being obscured is the primary concern they're looking at, and they're going to let it go.
Good,
because the blood is not running directly into his eye.
I mean, can they at least not cauterize it? Like, you know, apply a little bit?
yeah, the danger it's when it's on the I think the eyebrow. You know, like that's where the blood vessel go. Where it's cut, it's a little bit over the eyebrow.
Yeah, you know, like apply a little bit of hydrogen peroxide to it so that, you know, the release doesn't reopen.
I would start going to attack the body if I was Varga now.
Well, they're going to go back up to the pit walls and get a chance to really work on that cut now. Of course, Varga's wearing some damage as well, but what a good round for Varga coming back into this one.
Guys, I think it's 1-1. I think Madeira won the first round, and then Varga
Combat sports are definitely where medicine should get some serious field testing.
won the second. Like this round might be decisive.
Yeah, all still to play for here as we take a look at the cut treatment going on both sides.
I should, like I said, I would go body shots now, because he's going to expect headshots. Since the cut is there, go for the body. Bring those hands down. Boom! Go back on top. And Madeira needs to start throwing straight punches instead of the hooks. Mix in a few here and there.
Yeah, I think you need something like a liquid patch at the very least.
He throws, and then you grind him.
You really want to cement that thing up.
Well, I love the pose of Varga there. He kind of steadied himself and did the kind of usu.
Madeira is always dangerous in the beginning of the round, especially in the beginning with his splits.
Well, he's got 3 minutes left to go here.
Okay, what is this? You've been following this for some time. Between Mass Effect 1 and 2, someone created a video for their prototype wound sealing gel by opening pork liver, pumping blood through it, and sealing it back up. Check later, approved for veterinary use. I think it's either going through FDA or it's almost approved for FDA. Huh? That would be interesting to see. It's basically it's what? It's like a liquid application gauze. Narrowly misses the chin there.
When Varga tried to find his way onto the inside.
Biosynthetic laceration sealant. Let's see.
OxyClean. That's a commercial right here for the
You
White
really
Pants.
don't want to clinch with him.
Well, trust me, the Black Pants are wearing some damage as well. You just can't see it as readily.
That's why my buddy always says he has
Well, I
black
assume you
underwear.
want something that facilitates coagulation as
Left in
well.
this bout was fairly even with our token holders. Slight edge to Madeira, perhaps based on how the opening rounds went in their previous exchange.
One thing that Madeira just did that is better than the previous.
Big low kick right around the knee,
previous round is,
right above the knee.
actually, he just felt right now exactly in the same trap. He's going backward in a straight line, and he fall on his back. And
What are the rules around ground and pounds on the wall? Like, they make no sense based on the ref's behavior.
give the opportunity for Varga to go with some very, very hard ground and pound.
Well, there's a great short elbows, and what an interesting position this is. Do you know what? I'm kind of curious why they stopped that position. Oh, they're going to wave it off here.
Yeah, he did it in round number 2 as well. It took a long time for him to get back up.
Yeah, I think he was exhausted, tired, and with all the blood and the ground and pound, he wanted to go out.
Well, you guys said it right. Gabriel Varga, he's known for being able to make those adjustments, that fight IQ. And it's the adjustments that pay dividends for him here, pinning and punching here. Yeah, this is all good work.
I really don't understand what the rule set is around clinching, because 1 minute they're standing them up almost instantly, the other they let them just flail around when they're ground and pound for what feels like at least 30 seconds to a minute. Just recently you heard them making something that actually repairs and strengthens bone. Okay. They're enthused with first aid and surgical care in a tube. I mean, no, that's actually quite cool. I would be interested to see how that works itself into field medicine. What's generally happening at Karate Combat? It's been a while since I've checked in on any of the stuff that's happening there. Best KOs, heavyweight tournament finals. Lightweight champions. We're not going to spend a whole evening looking at this. It's tempting, but no, I'm not feeling Karate Combat for today. So, Steven Crowder has put on a very impressive clinic on our favorite twink. And I was originally not expecting a lot, just because, you know, my opinions of mainstreamer, I'm going to say, mainstreamer commentators are usually very low, because most of them are pretty useless talking heads. Crowder is increasingly the exception. And I think that I did not listen to the whole thing just yet, but I really liked a lot of the very straight-on questions that he has posed to Fuentes, and he gave him a lot of rope to just expose himself as a liar and generally someone who does not cling to any consistent stated opinion. Like, he waffles between things that are advantageous to say, be it, you know, to whip up his fan base, but then he immediately pivots into something a little bit more palatable and more marketable. Still have an hour of the interview left. We're just gonna look at some of the kind of hate Nick's voice. I don't care. Like, I've posted this in a tweet that, you know, like, not you in particular, but like, you hate Nick Fuentes. You dislike Nick Fuentes because he's an edgelord. I dislike Nick Fuentes because he's a closeted gun grabber. We are not the same. But and Steven has helpfully provided no timestamps. That is great. Thank you very much. We're gonna go over a couple of these, just because I think the intro was very nice. Crowder has set the mood for the conversation very well. He goes out of his way to be cordial and welcoming, which I think is a good thing to do for an interviewer. He doesn't glaze his subject like Tucker does, because Tucker, I'm still not fully decided if Tucker is just retarded or if he's just actually malignant and is a mouthpiece for just straight up evil ideas because he gets paid to distribute those. But we're going to listen to the intro. We're going to listen to a few highlights of Nick getting shit wrong, as you do. And I really like, just to sort of pre-spoil it, I really like the fact that Crowder called Fuentes out on advocating against voting for Trump as late in the game as like directly a day prior to voting. I think that is very valuable. I think more people on the quote-unquote right need to do that. Like, you can't be America first while advocating against voting for an America first candidate. Because then he goes and says, oh, I'm not an accelerationist. Then what the fuck were you trying to do there? Because you were very obviously trying to elicit some kind of societal breakdown, which By the way, your 100-pound ass would not survive. Unless, of course, he is actually a Fed and he knows that he's going to be kept safe. Which I think is unlikely. I think that it's just a lack of forethought. He thinks that flipping the board is potentially more advantageous for him and his population, in his generation, which is dog shit.
Ron, let's welcome to the show, Nick Fuentes. Mr. Fuentes, thank you for being here, sir. Can you hear me, see me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I appreciate the Christmas decor. A lot of people don't do that. Let me get this just out of the way really quickly. Obviously, on X, and that's a win. You're back, Nick J. Fuentes, Nicholas J. Fuentes. It's America.
Should we do something? Should I at least put up a Christmas tree, I guess, in the studio environment if I feel fit to use it? I probably should. I mean, I got a little bit of time. It's only like, what? It's early December.
First on Rumble weeknights, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then as I understand it, next week you are going to be on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yes, on Monday I'll be doing a show.
I will warn you, Piers Morgan Uncensored is rather censored. I don't know.
In what way? How do you mean?
Well, he challenged me to use the N-word on the show, and I did it 3 times, stuck the landing in front of Mark Lamont Hill. They just skimmed past it and then edited it out afterwards.
So no N-word, huh?
I think Piers Morgan is also a slightly different brand of the same slippery fuck. Like all of these people just navigate the sort of margins of permissible edginess, and they waffle on their opinions every other Saturday. So they're incredibly naive or unbearably stupid, because there's no way what he wants will end without his remains soaking in a pitted brickwork in a way. Yeah. What is typing anymore? Typing is a mystery.
All right, I'll have to keep that in mind.
Right.
I'll try not to use it.
If he asks you, well, would you say it, or he challenges you and you do, he pulls a magic trick where people don't hear it.
I'll have to record it on my end. I'll just blast off. Maybe if I say it loud enough, they'll just play it anyway.
Well, I actually did that one time, so we can give you some tips. I had a buzzer every time someone would interrupt, and he edited out the buzzer. Not him, his producers. But Nick, I appreciate you being here, man. You know, right now it's a weird time where people are trying to tell folks they can't actually have conversations, no matter how much you agree, disagree. So if it's, I'd like to kind of set what my expectations are.
I would say that an attitude of not having conversations is weak sauce. I understand where that's coming from, but I think it is weak, because people who advocate against speaking to difficult opponents even are usually concerned about having to deal with either semantic tricks or some variant of internet blood sport. And I would say that in a time-limited format, that's a valid concern, because people will use dishonest tactics, and I wouldn't put it beyond Fuentes to actually resort to blood sports tactics in a time-limited format just to have sort of clippable moments that are easily disprovable with a little bit more time to sort of talk through the points. But you don't want to let someone get those zingers in, because then, you know, you're sort of faced with a situation of a viral lie making its way around the world before the truth or the counter argument having the ability to even put its pants on. So I get that, but also you should still allow for sort of more in-depth formats, and you need to be equipped with means of shutting that shit down, which I think Crowder does very well.
Because I did hear that you said you hope this would be friendly. That's my goal too. The first thing I will say, we got into it with Jillian Michaels. I should say, this week, where she was demanding people disavow, and I'll get to that. I hate, above all else, it's like I feel compelled to defend, no matter who it is, when jokes or statements are mischaracterized, taken out of context. I've had that happen to me. I think it's happened to you quite a bit. I don't want to do that, all right? Hopefully, I think, neither one of us does that. And I also really hate seeing gang-ups, and that's why I killed the mics. If anyone here, I really didn't like seeing what happened with Candace and Tucker. especially after you appeared with Tucker, and it seemed pretty cordial. And then he took pot shots once you were gone. I promise you, I'm not going to do that. That fair?
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
I'd say the one thing that, yes, taking jokes out of context is an asshole. Taking jokes out of context is an assholish thing to do, but also defaulting to the defense of the Schrodinger's joke is also a very deliberate and very dishonest tactic. Oh, like suddenly when a statement that causes your audience to cheer and jive suddenly becomes a joke, when it becomes an uncomfortable talking point where actually, when you're confronted on the subject matter of the statement. And a joke is only a joke because it relies on sort of actual things that you believe up to a certain point, at least. Because a joke requires a truthful premise to be funny.
Appreciate that.
Okay. And what I really want to do is I want people to actually hear your views for what they actually are. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree. And some people, they'll be moved. They'll be convinced. And I want them to make up their own mind and be able to contrast it. So I ask that we're able to do that. I will also say, hey, look, I do want to thank you because, I've been subject to some concerted hit pieces myself. And you didn't join in on the dog pile. And I do appreciate that.
Yeah, got to stand up for a guy. It's bros before hoes.
Oh,
so,
yes.
So I'm with you.
Now, I don't so much appreciate you implying that, I'm bringing talking points from BlackRock or the Israel lobby, considering I've been sued by BlackRock and even Rumble had to fight back. So I think let's just make sure we take each other's opinions at face value. I don't think that you're paid for to say anything that you're saying, and I can tell you definitively that I've never taken a dime from an outside entity, nonprofit, or foreign interest.
Again, I think Crowder did a fantastic job with sort of setting the stage for this. It's not a time-limited format. He controls the format. It's his show. There are no ad breaks. He can run this for as long as he wants. He also has his notes on hand. He keeps track of talking points, very well executed, and he's also not coming into the conversation swinging. This is what I definitely like about this.
That good?
Yeah, I believe you. Sounds good to me.
Okay, all right. Also, I want to make sure we can issue so we're not mischaracterized. A lot of people watching. This is the last kind of ground rule. I want to kind of address each issue point by point. I'm going to avoid point stacking or just go rapid fire because people will use that, take it out of context. People go, and Nick wiggled out of this, and they do that with me. I want no one to mischaracterize anything. So with that said, I have a couple of rapid fires, but I think you're going to like them, okay?
Okay, yeah, sure.
These are layups, and I mean rapid fire, and then I want to give you the floor. Sure. Nick, I think there's some misconceptions of you. I've heard this said. Can you clear the air? Nick Fuentes, do you hate all Jews, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think at that point, like at least 100 Groypers committed suicide.
Do you consider yourself an anti-Semite, a noted anti-Semite?
No.
Okay.
And there goes another 100 Groypers.
Clears that up. Do you believe that white people are superior to all other races on the planet?
No.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, that would be an odd opinion to hold by someone with the last name Fuentes.
Do you want to eradicate all non-whites from the United States?
No.
Okay. Well, Barry Weiss will be very happy to hear that. No doubt she's watching. And then because this happens a lot, right? It's Tucker did this with you. Fed. Nick Fuentes, are you in fact a Fed?
Well, Tucker is definitely a Fed. He's a generational. He's a legacy Fed.
No.
Okay. I'm going to get through these rapid fire really quickly. They're actually there's not much. So this week, Jillian Michaels will be on the show next week while you're doing Pierce Morgan Censored, and she said that we need to disavow you, and specifically said you had said that women either want or need to be raped. Now, I looked for this. I have not found as a matter of prescription from you, correct me if I'm wrong, that you believe women should be raped as a matter of policy. Do I have that right?
Yeah, you're correct on that. Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Tucker is what happens when feds don't enlist you for a mass shooting. No, his dad was CIA. Like, Tucker is what happens when you're not good enough to even be a Fed. So they use you as a talking head with the CIA's hand up your ass.
Oh, so she's wrong. She's just an angry lesbian. Got it.
The thing that actually, on the subject of Jillian Michaels, and this is what irks me about a lot of the leftards, is like their critiques of people who are worthy of critique are so ass backwards and just fucking wrong that they force me, among other people, to defend the people I also disagree with. Like, there is 1,000 things that I can criticize Fuentes on, but misinterpreting a stat about rape fantasies is just not one of them. You, like, by doing that, you smear everyone who has legitimate critiques of the guy, because now they're just all lumped in with you, with your ass backward, potentially attempt to poison the well.
Now,
like, this is, again, it's a very female attack, because it is an attempt to attack someone not on the substance of the things that they say. It's an attempt at dismantling their reputation. And I don't know how to say this in a nice way, but women, you need to stop doing that in public, because it doesn't fucking work with anyone who matters.
Finally, this one might surprise people, because I know you and Charlie Kirk were sort of rivals, as you've described. Been a lot of controversy floating around.
You're pretty sure Floyd didn't point a gun at a pregnant woman's belly. He just pointed a gun at a woman with her infant child in the house he was breaking into. I feel like... I don't know. I haven't investigated that anecdote. The thing is, like, yeah, there are other... Like, you don't need to go into ridiculous anecdotes. Being a multiple-time career felon who died of an overdose is enough for me to not really feel a lot of pity for your circumstances. Like, I don't need all of the exterior fluff to not like the guy.
That, and people often say that you blame the Jews for everything. Do you believe the Jews killed Charlie Kirk? That's one of the conspiracies out there right now. What's your position on that?
I don't believe that. As it stands right now, I think it was Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, we've just proven that Nick Fuentes is at least, you know, a solid 20 IQ points above Candace Owens.
Yeah, okay, me too. And if there's something else, I hope that we find out, but I think a lot of people would just sort of toss you in that lot. Okay, I think we've cleared that up. So, look, there's some people who might be new to you here. I know you've told your story quite a few times. Some people here may not have heard your background. Tell folks out here your story. How did you come to your current positions?
Well, I appreciate the rapid fire intro, because that is my reputation. That's what people say, is that I'm
less interested in the legend that we're going to spin about his early life section. You've spoken recently to someone who unironically defended Jews are simultaneously incompetent and all-powerful. Yeah, many such cases. It's kind of, it's fascinating how that is a widely held opinion that you can reliably use to diagnose whether someone is 90 IQ or not. Or rather, at least 90 IQ. Sorry, excuse me, below 90 IQ. All right.
Oh, well, I have to give you kudos for that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate, even though you didn't call me out, I saw the clip.
Well,
I was like, where's my
I
call
knew you would
out?
show up. You're like the candy. You're like the candy man. I say your name 3 times. It was nothing super bad. I said, okay, everyone who agrees with.
I like rights. They're protected by God. The Constitution. I do like that we have.
You identify as America first.
I love the founding fathers. I think they're
white Christian. That's what that was.
That, you know, because when you compare us to Europe. And I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity that, you know.
Through that, look, America first. I identify as a conservative, as a nationalist. I wear that since it became a pejorative. Like, I thought that was sort of a default thing for America. So you wouldn't hear me saying nationalist until people were like, nationalist means you're a supremacist. I'm like, well, okay, well, then I'm a nationalist. Now I have to claim it because, of course, I want America to do best.
I'm going to click around a little bit. Again, we're not going to watch the entire thing just because it's 2.5 hours. We're not going to do that on stream. But I want to catch a couple of highlights of Nick talking himself into a corner and just stating things that are contradictory.
Since you, I know, are very clearly America first, let me ask you, what do you love most about America.
That's actually the other thing. I don't know if Crowder ever got to it, but I would have liked him to call Fuentes out on his statement that he has made to Destiny about being against global American hegemony. Like, how the fuck are you America first if you are against America being a dominant force in the world? Because without American hegemony, America itself as an entity as it currently stands does not exist. We do not function as a country unless we lean on both our economic and our cultural control over the parts of the world that matter.
Well, I love that we're a superpower. I love that because I really do believe that
if you're willing to cede nationalized healthcare, you're not America first, you're Gibbs first. Yes, also very true.
You know, when you look at the history of Western civilization, I love the idea of an empire. I love the idea of the Roman Empire, the Spanish Empire, British Empire, and I love...
But not the American Empire, according to your statement during a debate with Destiny.
I love the idea that we just have this crazy productive capacity, huge population, huge resources. I like the power of America. That's something I've really been liking a lot lately.
Okay.
Lately. So we're already adding qualifiers here.
And of course, we don't want to take that for granted. Obviously, the power of America, like that switches in a nanosecond as far as history. Is there anything else that stands out to you aside from the power? I mean, if not, we can move on to the next.
Yeah, I mean, I love political liberty. I like the Constitution. I like our culture. I like that we're like a pan-European empire. I like that, because when you compare us to Europe, you look at Europe and it's...
I'd say that we're largely better than European, just on every metric that you can think of.
Sort of petty and small, and they're squabbling and they're fighting, between these little towns and villages. And I like that there's just this sense of nationhood in America between European Christian people and other people too, of course. But for the most of our history, it was mostly the Europeans. But,
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things I like about America.
Yeah, that's where I would already disagree with you because I was raised in Quebec.
And he gets America wrong. Yeah, big shocker.
Which is much more European. And I think Europe kind of sucks. I'm not a big...
Why?
Well, because there's far less freedom. I mean, in Quebec and a lot of these European nations, they had an enforced denominational form of Christianity, which didn't work out. That breeds atheism. I believe that Quebec is...
We don't have nationhood unless it's wartime. We're 50 war tribes. Yeah, exactly. We are 50 war tribes in a trench coat. And we hate each other, except Texas and Tennessee. I feel like there's still camps. Like we are definitely 50 warlike tribes who are prevented from fighting each other just because we have better things to do.
Possibly.
Then again, you ask anyone from any kind of real American state, and they're going to agree with possibly just breaking California off and pushing it out into the ocean.
The most unchurched population in the industrialized or Western world, even though Catholicism was a state-enforced, provincially enforced denomination. I think we're better than Europe. That's why we left. But I do understand that the founders, obviously, were largely white, Christian, European. I mean, Protestant, obviously. I know you and I, we'll quibble about that, but that is the basis here. It doesn't mean that Catholics aren't welcome. But let me ask you, what about the founding, like founding fathers? Is that something? Because I know you have opinions kind of on both sides of that, and I think they're more nuanced. But is that a big part of what you like?
I don't think Fuentes has nuanced opinions. My big gripe about him is that he biases very strongly towards simple solutions to complex problems. Individuals who didn't understand were better, which is why we left. Alexander Hamilton, king of the cocksuckers.
I love the founding fathers. I think they're brilliant. I love George Washington. I love Hamilton. I like John Adams. I think they're remarkable people. So yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Political liberty. Can you kind of explain, I guess, that a little bit? Because that's where I know you've said that you differ with conservatives. And I don't want to mischaracterize you. I understand you've said that you're not quote unquote conservative. That's not you identify as America first. So political liberty, what does that mean?
I would say I'm more reactionary than conservative. That's why I don't mean when I say I'm not conservative that I'm something else.
So that one ticked me off a little bit, because reactionary is a commie term. Like, it's very, very specifically a term that socialists and like every breed of tanky uses to denote people I disagree with. So it's very odd to self-label as reactionary.
You know, as far as
who was Henry Clay Fuentes? Have you heard of him?
Political liberty goes, I like that in our country we have a generally permissive climate. I think, of course, that's gone too far in some ways. But I do like that we have a free press. I like that we have the right to own guns. I am a capitalist. I'm not an ideological free market person, but I like...
Wait. Hold the fuck up. If you can't be a capitalist and not be pro-free market, like, those things don't work. Are we actually going to hear Fuentes try to defend fucking Keynesian economics?
I like that we have private property. I like we can own what we earn. And on some level, I like that we have a republic. I'm very into the idea that we have Republican sovereignty. That we have rights. They're protected by God, the Constitution.
Our rights are not protected by God. That's not how that works.
Respects that also.
If you want to add a religious angle to it, they are granted by God. They are God-given rights. It is up to us to protect our own rights. That is fundamentally incorrect. Okay, fine. Let's chalk it up to a yab.
And I would say, because I could kind of see maybe, I don't know if you're comfortable with this, if I could go a little further here.
Sure. I mean, look, go wherever you want. And as long as you're comfortable with me disagreeing and understanding that it's meant to be fair, but I'll let you know where I do.
Yeah, because maybe I could see where you're going with this. I'm really not like a totalitarian. I don't want a police state, to the extent that people say these things about me, like you're a fascist, you're a communist, or a socialist. I'm very much not in favor of that sort of thing. I just think that, in the past 30 years, we've gone a little bit too far in the other direction. That's all.
No, and
wait. I'm not a communist, not a socialist. I think we've gone too far in the other direction. Like, excuse me, what? We've gone too far in a direction away from authoritarianism? Is that the pitch?
I wouldn't disagree with that last part, by the way. For example, I think it's very reasonable to say, you know what, maybe OnlyFans isn't a good thing. When you have libertarians going, oh yeah, if they ask for identification to prove you're of age to get pornography, the next thing you know, they're going to take your guns away. I'm like,
that's a straw man. We're not going to go too deep into both of these subjects, but basically, OnlyFans is... It is not a virtuous thing, but it is a good thing in the sense that it filters out low-quality women because it creates an incentive for them to become porn stars before they have an opportunity to snake into a good man's life and ruin it. So, like, it's not good to engage with OnlyFans. It's good that OnlyFans managed to gut a very exploitative conventional porn industry, and it's good that it forces bad women to self-identify as such. On the subject of presenting proof of ID or proof of age in order to access pornography, well, we already have that as prescription by law. Like, you can't legally access porn if you're not 18. The problem that libertarians have is you can't feasibly do that on the internet without requiring real ID, without requiring some verification method that creates vulnerabilities for your private information. Like, I maintain that my presence on the internet should be tied to a single personality, and that is of Kuromaru Onii-san, the bright red tactical half-Japanese Oni. I don't want my internet presence to have any tieback to my social security number or my ID. I don't want interactions on the internet that don't already have to do with my personal information to require my personal information. You know what I mean? Like, if I needed to use my personal identifiers to file my taxes, that is fine. because the manipulations with my tax record require me to be identified. That's sort of an understood given. Requiring me to self-identify in order to access information is in fact a slippery slope, because today they're limiting access to pornography, tomorrow they're limiting access to information about firearms by the same merit. You're creating bottlenecks that bad people will exploit in order to limit your rights. So yes, there is a certain logic of today they're coming for the porn, tomorrow they're going to come for the guns. Sometimes they do it in reverse, but usually the same people will come for both. See New Zealand, see Australia, see the UK.
Yeah, I think that being 18 to get hardcore pornography kind of makes sense. So if...
Yes, and that's already something that exists on the books.
Addressing the...
Without me having to risk my personal information being lost in another data breach.
Hardcore libertarian sort of ideology, I would agree. If it goes towards like a theocracy or something like that, which I know you've discussed, I would disagree. And look, I want to play this because, of course, everyone's going to ask me to ask you this about the Tucker Stalin clip. So what I want to do is play it, and then I know that you've already explained it more recently. I want to play a longer clip in context and then give you the floor, because otherwise people say, why did he softball him, and not ask about Stalin. Here's the clip for those who haven't seen it from Tucker Carlson.
So it was like mid-December, late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me. And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin?
Always an admirer.
Look at that shit-eating grin. That was bait. He did that to just be pointlessly edgy. Oh, I like Stalin. What are you going to do about it? Like, this was bait. He didn't expect Tucker to just go ahead and agree. I think that was the play here.
But we don't need to go into that. I guess.
Well, that's okay. Let's get back. We'll circle back to that.
And then he called you a gay fed. No, I'm kidding, but pretty much that's what he did. People are mad at him for softballing. I think he did.
Well, he softballed it because he has no balls.
I think that would be fair to press. I just think he was fundamentally dishonest in a lot of ways, because the second you left, it was a different Tucker again. Is that a fair assessment? I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, 100%. And, I had the same experience with Candace. I went out there because him and I had beef. Me and Tucker had been privately and then publicly beefing for years. And, he called me on the phone over the summer, and we talked a little bit, and then somebody arranged, Alex Jones was a part of it, and somebody else kind of put this together. I went out.
Wait.
Dinner for
Alex
3 hours.
Jones was the mediator?
He was.
You do kiss and make up. All right, come on, this is enough. I mean, I can't imagine him being the middle ground, but okay.
He's a sweet guy,
He's a teddy bear.
Guy. Yeah. So he didn't want to see us fighting because he loves talking.
Of all things you might say that might make you a monarchist, it's that the Russian Empire at its worst imprisoned and tortured a stark negligible fraction of its people. Wait, just a second. Oh, negligible fraction of the people who are harmed by the USSR. It's very much a case of two wrongs don't make a right. I think that monarchism is a failed idea in the absolute majority of cases. Like, you have some exceptions that are de facto monarchies that work, which Singapore was that, where you have one benevolent tyrant running the show. But then that's because Lee Kuan Yew was a unicum, and you don't really produce that in the Habsburg bloodline. Generally, I think that representative democracies like the one we have here is a more fluid, more flexible, and more adaptive system, where we have the opportunity to reconcile any errors that arise from the system malfunctioning. Like, for example, Biden was elected. He shat the entire bed. And through the electoral process, we've managed to right the course and vote in a MAGA government with a significant mandate for unfucking the pooch. So whatever Russia might have been absent communism would have been a massive improvement. That is correct. So it's not that monarchism is the answer to anything. It's just that neither is communism. Like scarring an entire country, rather an entire region of the world, like basically you scarring an entire landmass with the rot that is communism was an inhumane experiment. And it still has measurable cascading aftershocks. What should have happened with Russia is the monarchy being retired and probably becoming a constitutional monarchy, the same way as it happened with Japan and like with most of Europe and whatnot. Russia should have been allowed to evolve out of feudalism, as opposed to just being thrust into a worse version of it.
Tucker, he loves me. He kind of put it together for us.
By the way, at the expense of several generations worth of lives.
And so I go out there, we have dinner, we do the show, and at no point during the show or during the dinner was it really even contentious. Was there really even an explicit disagreement? We had some disagreements, but he kind of tried to avoid those. I don't think that he was very forceful or direct about those. And then I went on my show the next day and said, yeah, it was a great interview. I thought it was really nice, and maybe we're on the same page now. And then every single interview that he has done since then, he doesn't say my name without calling me an anti-Semite. He's going and doing...
Which is an interesting attack to come from Tucker, who's made his new personality trait noticing. Because that's what's popular to do on the internet. You farm a lot of clout on the internet by doing certain forms of noticing, by reading people's early life section. And Tucker has leaned into that. He's very happy to do that. He's very happy to be just, an utterance short of blaming the Jews. He'll blame people for usury, which is, again, that's a very common, that's a very, very common innuendo for blaming a particular group of people. Right. If I took this metaphysical plane and gave the leaders of Russia the choice between being modern Japan and modern Russia, you're pretty sure that take the rice pill just to save lives? I don't know if the modern people of Russia would do that. If the modern leadership of Russia would do that, for one, because they are products of a Soviet system, and just because that's such an alternative reality for them to pursue, it's very much outside of bounds. That, and a lot of Russians are very salty for the fact that Japan fell into America's field of influence and not Russia's. Oh, you mean Nicholas? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The royal family have offered to be replaced with a parliamentary system through like a mostly bloodless revolution, as opposed to, having your country mangled by communism for 70 years. Yeah, they would definitely have taken the sort of devolved powers of Japan.
The circuit, and every show that he goes on, he says, Nick is really talented and this and that, but I don't agree with his anti-Semitism and Jew hatred. And I'm like, okay, so where was that during the dinner? Where was that during the show? I didn't hear that during the whole thing. I'm an anti-Semite now, and I wish he would have brought that up during the discussion, because I would have loved to discuss that or to dispute that or whatever. But it's like you said, I got a completely different Tucker after the fact. In all these other shows, he's going around and telling everybody, that like it's the making of a murderer.
Right.
Like, I could see why people like him, even though he's so awful.
Like you're the Averys. Yeah, you got them Jews there? Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Candace will make another show about that like 9 years later. Okay, so that's fair. She did like something about making a murderer. I was like, what is this? This is very late. Okay, but going back to that's the clip that people say, ask him about Stalin. And I would have, in Tucker's shoes, asked you about Stalin. Now, I've seen you on another show explain it more recently. Now, I can't play the whole clip because it'll be really long, but I want to play a longer one and then allow you to provide any missing context. I can't remember name of this something? Danny D, Johnny G, play it.
Tommy G.
Tommy G. I was close.
Agree you have some hilarious moments, but there was a moment from the Tucker Carlson interview I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
You mentioned Stalin.
What is that difference in shade between you obviously being dark blonde but having a black porn stash and goatee? How does one achieve that, and why?
You're a fan of his work?
Yes.
Was that serious or a joke?
That wasn't a joke. But, you know, it's like anything else. I love history and I love stories. And to me, Joseph Stalin is an extremely compelling figure. I would say more, you'd be surprised to hear this, than Hitler. Everybody pegs me as like a Hitler guy. I'll tell you, and I'm not saying this to pander, I'm not saying this, you know, because I care about what you think.
Brother, all you do is pander. Let's be real about this.
Think of me. I really don't even know that much about Hitler. I never found Hitler to be that interesting. I think that there's narratives about Hitler that are interesting. In America, if you talk a certain way about certain issues, they say you're a Nazi, you're Hitler. So it's interesting in that way. But
I love history. Not that much, apparently, yeah.
For me, Stalin is the far more compelling figure. And I say that because, you know, while everybody focuses on Hitler, Stalin is a person who takes Russia, which is the most backwards country in Europe at the beginning of the 20th century.
That's actually incorrect. It is funny how incorrect that statement is. Russia was a cultural powerhouse prior to the October Revolution. Blood pressure increasing yet. Russia was one of the primary power players in European politics prior to the communist takeover. You know what happened after that? The communists wrecked the fucking country, caused a civil war, massacred a generation of people. And yes, if you don't have a country, you kind of stop being a relevant regional power. And that's when Stalin comes in. Mid-reconstruction of Russia under new management, essentially, after they were done fighting after they were done fighting a civil war, after they've already massacred an entire generation of people and driven out the ones that didn't want to die, you know, after being disowned of their property. It wasn't a backwards country. It was a country deliberately ruined by the communists. The comparison between mid-20th century Russia and 19th century Russia is the exact same as China. You can say what you want about the absolute dipshittery of Chinese imperial politics, but they made beauty in their society. Well, yeah, the problem of China is because it was operated by a female regent. That was the problem, not the fact that it was, you know, a monarchy. And again, also, like, after it was brought low by local mismanagement, it created an opportunity for communists to gain root. Who's having fun living in China now, huh? Ain't so great. Chiang Kai-shek may have had a point there.
Serfs and peasants and you know, just all around immiseration.
Serfs were long. Oh fuck! Serfdom was eliminated way before the communist revolution. You fucking ignorant fuck.
And poverty. He takes a country like this.
Why were the peasants in poverty, my guy? Can you guess? Can you guess what happened to the peasantry? Maybe to the landed farmers? What may have happened to them? Serfdom was reinstated. Serfdom was not reinstated. No, Terry, you're also talking out of your ass. I say that as someone who had to learn core Russian history as part of school curriculum. No, serfdom was at no point reinstated. However, the landed farmers were disowned of their property. That property was then moved into communal ownership and then badly mismanaged by the kolkhoz system, the collective ownership system of farmland.
And by the time he dies, it's a nuclear empire. It's a global superpower. It's like the most unbelievable story in the history of mankind. And
it is is definitely not a superpower. It is a global player because the Soviet Union exits World War II on the side of the Allies and is therefore granted absolution from, first of all, starting the war on the side of Hitler, by the way, and second of all, the only reason they were able to do that is because they've exited the war as a winner. And that is also a big reason why they were able to build nuclear weapons, is because they were able to pillage the Germans' research. Like, none of that was original Russian research. They worked off of the Germans' progress, as we have. We were just faster to do so. And not only that, military might alone does not a superpower make. You're being facetious, by the way? Okay, just, you need to... You know I'm a stickler for factoids. But the thing is that Stalin hyperinflated industrial development in Russia at the expense of triggering several famines, because he used the grain to pay for Americans to build manufacturing capabilities in Russia, exclusively targeted at military industry. Like, he wanted to build up a heavy industry that's capable of producing mostly tanks and small arms, both resulting in, sort of subpar quality manufacturing, just because you can't have a half-starved, poorly educated population sort of populate a well-made manufacturing facility and then, just cargo cult their way into producing top quality product. And not only that, it completely neglected the civilian sector. So what they were left with is a half-baked military industrial complex that was paid for in the blood of the people and nothing to lean back on, which was a big reason behind sort of that imbalance in Soviet industry, is a big reason why they ended up losing the Cold War.
So I don't think he's a good person. He's an evil person.
It was very much a colossus with clay legs, essentially. But all people were equal to zero. They're therefore expendable. Pretty well, all except for the party members. So people weren't exactly equal. Some people were definitely more equal than others.
He's one of the villains of history. But in terms of his effects, he's an effective ruler, and I think that...
I don't think he's effective. He was effective in building up a military machine that was designed for a previous war that he didn't get to fight. Because World War II turned out very different, and a lot of Stalin's preparation that was paid for by the blood of the Russian people turned out to be dog shit. Because when the German invasion started, Russia lost a lot of the hardware that was being prepared for a European invasion.
That's interesting.
Okay. Now that clip goes on, we'll make the link available. I don't want to do an interview where everyone's watching you watch you. But so with that, and I was asked about this on Piers Morgan. And I, again, asked to condemn, Stalin. I said, look, I don't know. He could have meant, and by the way, I don't know if you have a cold. I have a halls in my throat right now. I notice everyone's a little bit sniffly. I said,
do you think building a military at the expense of the populace is a trick a lot of simple dictators manage to pull off? You're not seeing the genius? Well, again, because Nick doesn't really know what the fuck he's talking about. He's approaching this example from it's a very surface level example and a very surface level understanding of what Stalin did. Like, it's actually a fairly common meme among Russian tankies. Stalin took Russia with a gardening hoe and left it with a nuclear bomb, which is to say, farming was still done with the same rusted hoe that was still used under the Tsar by the time Stalin died. Stalin died very little outside of immiserating his own population in order to ensure a comfortable existence for party elites and, you know, a segment of the military, while also sparking a bloody war in the middle of Europe. And a lot of people don't know or overlook Stalin's contribution in sparking World War II, because he was very much an architect of World War II. His original plan was to have Europe be weakened by infighting as a function of setting Hitler loose on Europe. That's why he had German communists vote with the Nazis to bring Hitler to power. That's why he agreed to partition Poland with Hitler. The plan was to let Hitler fight his war in Europe and then invade a softened Europe and take everything. And that's why he assumed a 90% churn rate of the Red Army, because he was expecting to recruit new people from his freshly acquired lands, that being the rest of fucking Europe. I mean, not only that, Notary, not only did he have to say no to an alliance with Hitler, he would have also had to not train the Luftwaffe in Smolensk. He would have had to say no to training the SS in Moscow. He would have had to say no to helping Germany build military capabilities. Like, there was a lot of shit. Like, Stalin did a lot to build up the Nazi regime that ended up biting him in the ass. I repeat, the Luftwaffe were trained by Soviet pilots on Soviet airfields. Yeah. So as he was doing that, Stalin was building up capability for a land invasion of Europe. Because the plan was to have Germany fight a war with France and England primarily, and then Russia would invade through Poland. That's why a lot of the tanks were built for European roads, not for Russian sleet. At least early war tanks. Yes, the T-34 was then pivoted in order to be able to fight on Russian land. But that's like all of the military infrastructure, and there was a lot of it that was sort of facing Europe, was infrastructure staged for an invasion, and it was not prepared to receive an invasion. That's why the Red Army was retreating the way it did. Right immediately after Germany's invasion was seen as a betrayal because they had a non-aggression pact signed. It's just that Stalin wanted to violate the non-aggression pact first and didn't get an opportunity to do so. And that is why, by the way, the Japanese see the campaign of Halkin Gol, the invasion of the Siberian Tank Army, as illegal, because Japan also had a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, and Japan sees themselves as having abided by that non-aggression principle, and that's why they still dispute the Northern Territories, because they maintain that the invasion of Russian tanks into the Northern Territories was illegal because it violated the non-aggression pact that Japan never intended to breach. But that's a little aside there.
He could have been saying he's fascinated. Like, for example, I've been going down a rabbit hole of Stalin versus Trotsky, like how much they hated each other, which would seem odd to us because they're very similar. The spoiler alert, it's two assholes fighting. That's pretty much all it is. And I would be curious to ask him about that. So when people say disavow without having the full context, I think that's wrong. Now, that said, my question to you would be, I know that you have said we need a Catholic theocracy or a Christian theocracy. I've heard the word dictatorship.
Yeah, that's already, those are authoritarian things. These things are mutually exclusive. with the vision of the founding fathers, by the way.
Dictatorship, correct me if I'm wrong. So I would ask you, since the end point seems much more similar to where Stalin reached, just swap atheism for Catholicism or Christianity, would you be able to name, or is there any one thing that you think America, like concretely, should copy about Stalin's rule or methods to get there?
Not his methods, because, like I said, he's an evil person, or a murderer, and genocidal. Arguably, with the famine, I mean, I think it's pretty clearly intentional that they were trying to kill all those people there.
Incorrect. It's more of a function of mismanagement. Basically, they overdrew their own stock of grain because they didn't have any gold. Well, because they've already spent the gold by that time. They were basically selling their own blood in the form of grain in order to pay for having the military infrastructure built by American engineers, by the way.
And so I want to make that clear. Sometimes I feel like it's almost childish, and I'm not saying that about this interview, but just in general, when people say, wait, but he was a bad guy, it's like, I know he's a bad guy. Like, I know he was evil. And I suppose the thing that I find maybe more compelling about Stalin as a ruler is the way that he industrialized the country. I'm very interested in this.
He actually didn't industrialize the country. That's the thing. He built a military-industrial complex and nothing the fuck else, which, as I've said previously, produced a hollowed industry, a hollow economy, which ended up collapsing in and of itself, just in on itself.
Because that is, among the other things that I talk about, a very important problem in the country is that we're deindustrialized.
Yeah.
And what Stalin did...
Yeah, and that's not a problem that we need to solve. If anything, we're still very much industrialized. Our military-industrial complex is going nowhere. It's the civilian industry that we need to rebuild. And Stalin's methods are not equipped to do that.
And I said that in that clip and in other clips too. He takes a country that has no industry, and he literally, and with brutal...
The country actually had industry at that point. It was just largely... It was largely defunct thanks to the communists, thanks to the Red Terrors. I mean, if you're all sending engineers and professionals to gulags when your policies don't work out because they're saboteurs industrialization, yeah, that also this.
Evil methods that I would not, I don't replicate, I don't support that, but he does take the country and drag it into the 21st century, and he does that by bringing in...
Well, first of all, he probably wants to say 20th century, and no, the fuck he didn't.
Heavy industry. The 5-year plans, the collectivization of the farms, it was about prioritizing heavy industry so that they...
Yeah, and Stalin didn't do that. The 5-year plans and oh, I'm going to have a stroke. All of that predates Stalin. The new economic policy, the NEP, happened... Fuck, it was the first communist government. It was the first Bolshevik government that did that. The collectivization was done under Lenin. You ignorant fuck. I don't believe the Gulag system was built under Lenin, no, Terry, but we're getting into the weeds here.
They could eventually build ships and planes and tanks, and
they had a like a robust shipbuilding industry under Tsarist rule. You fuck. How do you think Russia fought in the First World War? How do you think Russia fought in the Russo-Japanese War?
And, you know, the things that they needed to fight the war. So...
But it was about seizing industry, and it was about doing it by force. I mean, you know, secret police, the party purges, the show trials. So if you say the industrialization of the country, how do you separate that from, I mean, the only methods were largely evil, or certainly his calling card methods, right? That's where people would say, okay, if you point to him as...
And again, Stephen is just not equipped to sort of challenge him on just shit that he says incorrectly, because, well, Stephen doesn't know Russian history, because why the fuck would he? And Nick thinks he knows Russian history because I guess he's a fucking Slavoboo now.
As an example, is there anything worthy of emulating other than, because you could point to other countries that have industrialized, including the United States?
Well, I don't think that is necessary. I think because it starts with the idea that a country, an empire, needs industry. You need to be able to make things. We don't make things. We don't even make the machines that make things anymore. China makes all the things. And so starting from the...
That's a generalization. There's a lot of nuance there. No, we still make things.
idea where Stalin says in the 20s, he says, we're either going to do in 15 years what it would normally take us 100 years to do, or we're going to die. Our country will not exist anymore.
No, that was not the mission statement. The mission statement was taking the revolution of the proletariat global by incrementally taking over Europe as a result of weakening Europe through a brother war.
Because we are encircled. And I feel like America's in sort of a similar position where we need to race ahead of China.
We're not in a similar position. Our position is very, very different. And the solutions for our problems are also drastically different.
Or else we are going to be destroyed. We need industry back in the country. And I don't believe in taking grain to feed the factory workers.
The grain was not used to feed factory workers. The grain was used to pay for materials and constructions and industrial architects.
And enslaving people in Gulag.
All of that grain was sold to American companies.
But I do think the government needs to set... It's sort of like when JFK said, we're going to go to the moon in 10 years. I like the idea, this ambitious idea of we're going to catch up in 10 years. We're just going to go out there and do it. We're just going to build it. And I don't support, killing people. I don't think you need to kill people to achieve that. But I like the idea of...
I mean, all you need to do is cut food stamps.
Urgency, setting targets.
And cut foreign aid to Africa.
Having a national strategy and, and doing it for the sake of power projection.
Well, and I agree, by the way, industrialization, right, is good. We went through that in America quite a bit before Russia. The reason they had to play catch up is because it was an awful place and they had to do it by force. So my question is, am I mischaracterizing, and everything that I ask is genuine here because I'm trying to see where we disagree. Because I think Stalin is a fascinating historical character. You're talking to a guy, we did the great Diktatov, where we did brackets for 3 days of Hitler, Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao. Funniest one was Papa Doc in Haiti because he sucked Pinochet, who wasn't all wrong. And we were very clear about this. And I think Mao ended up winning. Might have been Pol Pot, though the number wasn't as high, but he was just really dumb and really brutal, which is a bad combination. How could you get, if we're talking about now, to Stalin's industrial results without Stalin's methods?
Well, his industrial results suck. That's the problem. We're not supposed to pursue that.
If you want to get to a Catholic, first off, have you said Catholic theocracy? Is that, am I misquoting?
I might have said it, but I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. I think.
So Nick, you say shit that you don't believe in. I believe the term for that is liar. Again, props to Crowder. Good man. Fascinating setup. He just let Fuentes talk. And he's already talking himself into a corner. So what I'm getting out of this is Fuentes says shit he doesn't believe in. Thank you. That is a very important giveaway. And I've been saying that for quite a while now. The proper use of grifter therein, yes.
The government should be Christian.
I guess I am slightly relieved that he actually doesn't believe half of the shit he says.
But I don't believe in a Catholic theocracy. I think that the government should be Christian.
What is the fucking difference between that? Excuse me. Can you? I really hate it when people just contradict themselves within the confines of the same sentence.
But okay. Not a theocracy.
Okay. Not a dictatorship either.
We might need a very powerful executive for a short amount of time. I think that's maybe unavoidable.
Okay.
But not an ideological totalitarian state, no.
So how do you get to that in the industrialization that you talk about with Stalin? How do you get it? How do you get there?
I think that you need tariffs. I think you need subsidies. I think you need a massive public works program, something like the New Deal. And I know you're probably not a fan of that because I know you're a huge free market guy, but I think that one of the things the free market doesn't do well is it doesn't allocate resources efficiently on like a long-term timeline.
The market is actually fantastic at doing that. The market is actually the best way to allocate resources on a long enough planning horizon. You don't think he doesn't know anything about the Jefferson presidency or the New Deal? That's very likely, yes. He likely likes subsidies as a mechanism, and it is a tool in the toolbox. I don't entirely agree. How should I put this? There is room for tools to be used intelligently, but they need to have intelligent operators behind them. And if the money for said subsidies are derived from tariffs as opposed to taxing the money that I earn, then you know what? Sure. Yeah. As long as I'm not the one paying for it.
You know, in a long-term timeline, America needs to have a ton of industry to be able to support its Navy, to be able to protect supply chains and trade routes. And the free market has not been able to accomplish that. So I think that the government needs to intervene in this case.
Is it the free market that's not able to accomplish that, or is it commies actively trying to throttle the free market in America?
And basically say, like, we're not going to import these manufactured goods from China.
Is it maybe people creating a budget that is 60% entitlement payments, thus depriving the government of a capability of building up manufacturing capabilities for things they need? The government needs to intervene. They're dick deep in it. Yeah, exactly. Can we maybe have them stop intervening for a moment?
I know we have to make them ourselves. We need to subsidize them. And maybe we bring people on, you know, onto the dole of the state in a public works program to accomplish some of these things. So I believe in an intervention from the state to do that.
Well, okay. So
the intervention from the state is DoD contracts, where the government pays money for things that private companies produce for the government.
And I understand, by the way, tariffs, I understand, and especially when you look at the revenue they'll be generating, I don't think that's an infringement of the free markets. I think it's a correction of an unfair market, of a market where we've been fleeced. So I think we agree on that. Subsidies are massive public works. I mean, we have a debt. Is it 39 trillion? I haven't looked at the clock recently. So I certainly wouldn't say that we haven't been subsidizing things. We absolutely have, and we can't afford it. And the old joke, right, in Russia is they pay us to look like we're working, and you know we look like we're working. Like they look.
That's not what the adage says. The old Russian adage is they pretend to pay us a fair wage for work, so we pretend to work.
Like they're paying us, we look like we're working. We've done this here in the States. I mean, if you go back to FDR, and maybe you're a fan of FDR's approach, certainly Barack Obama, the biggest modern spending package, I was around for that, shovel-ready jobs, was awful. And same thing for Russia. I mean, if you throw enough bodies and human suffering at something, you can get something done. But even then, it was still significantly behind the world that was more free, the United States. So where have we not done it? Because I look at it and I go, well, we have been subsidizing almost everything.
Again, fantastic call out.
I agree with you on China. I agree with you on tariffs. I think that's a huge threat. What would that look like?
Well, I don't think we've been subsidizing industry. I'm not saying just like subsidies.
We've been paying with government money for the same shipbuilding industry that you have just brought up. What do you mean we haven't been subsidizing?
Across the board. I mean, we need to actually subsidize and prioritize the industries that we need in the country. So like, for example, the CHIPS Act, I think that was a great thing. I don't think it was enough, and I don't think it...
Oh, yeah, that's the same CHIPS Act that's currently forcing one of the largest manufacturers of RAM chips to exit the consumer market because they can just take a government contract and not have to work for the consumer market's money, therefore driving up prices for RAM sticks for the consumer. That's a great intervention. That's working out swimmingly.
It was comprehensive.
Yeah, there you go. We've been subsidizing farming for the better part of the century. How's that corn syrup tasting?
But I want more things like that. Like, there's no reason why, you know, they're doing it in Arizona. They're bringing TSMC over to Arizona. They're building a chip fabrication facility. We need that. And I think the government should give tax breaks or just straight up give subsidies to the companies that are going to do that. And I think that we need aggressive trade negotiations. I guess maybe where we differ ideologically is that I want...
So he wants all of the thing that Trump is doing, but he doesn't like Trump. okay.
A very smart government. I liked what Doge did. I liked the idea of bringing people from the private sector into the government. And even Trump said that in 2016 to work on trade deals, to work on, for example, China steals all our intellectual property. They steal all of the developments that we have. We need people that know about technology almost in a technocratic way, like true experts guiding our trade policy, guiding in some ways our economic policy, setting a benchmark that it's like, we need like 10% of the economy or 15 or 20% of the economy to be productive in 5 or 10 years. We need to be making ports, ships, or we need to have countries in our orbit that can do it for us, like South Korea or Japan. But we just need people that are in charge that are, kind of aware of this problem. So I guess that's maybe the difference.
No, I don't think that's the difference. I can outline maybe the difference based on what you just said. I don't have a problem with tariffs. I know what you're talking about with the CHIPS Act. I agree. And I think a big problem is, absolutely, Chinese stealing intellectual property. That's why I think they're a huge threat. What I see, I mean, then you could point, though, to like American auto manufacturing, which has been abysmal. I mean, industries that have been heavily subsidized. I mean, if you look at insurance industries, pharmaceutical companies, if you look at energy companies, I mean, you remember also about Solyndra, green energy companies.
Totally.
Every company that's been heavily subsidized and regulated tends to be less efficient and it tends to be more expensive.
Remember how government subsidies and government interference directly caused the real estate bubble that then crashed the economy in 2008.
But we do need to protect certainly things that are, I would say that chips are a matter of national security. But my thing there is, you say you like Doge. Well, I don't know why you think I would differ. That was largely, axing things. You've just mentioned stuff that really for the first time has been done under this administration. And where we differ is I go, is it perfect? No. Is it a step in the right direction compared to Biden, compared to Barack Obama? Yeah. And then I know that you've also talked about having to burn it all down. So where I differ is, you've said you're reactionary, or I've heard you use the term maybe accelerationist. Well, accelerate toward what? Because if that's what you want, and I agree with you, we're getting more of that than...
Well, no, accelerationism definitionally is not that, because all of the nice things that Nick claims to agree with are not accelerationist. It's a gradual reconstruction of America's manufacturing power, of America's economy. Accelerationism is an amplification of the process of dissolution. It is flipping the playing board because you are disadvantaged by the rules and you think that the resultant anarchy is going to net you some kind of great reset, essentially. That is what accelerationism is. That's why it's profoundly retarded. That's why I think someone who is victim weight probably shouldn't be advocating for an acceleration of anything
ever before.
Maybe accelerate to the fucking gym.
So how would you get there, and why would you burn down the progress that's being made?
Well, I'm not an accelerationist. I think that I think that's sort of misguided because...
Are you sure about that? Because I specifically recall you advocating and explaining why you're advocating for accelerationism. Excuse me, for accelerationism.
If we're, and I agree with you, accelerating towards what? That's the operative question. So that's why I'm not an accelerationist. I think that to make things worse is only basically to vote in favor of chaos and death and potentially civil war, low-level political violence.
You mean like advocating that people don't vote for Donald Trump to let Kamala win and then wreck the country and bring it to a point where we have to resort to political violence?
I think you're...
Does this sound familiar?
Rolling the dice with that, so I'm with you on that. As far as the Trump administration is concerned,
okay, can I pause you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
And I don't want to interrupt, but like I said, I want to address kind of the points individually.
No, totally. Yeah.
Feel free. Okay, and hopefully you think this is fair, because I really do want to be, and I know that I disagree with you on some fundamentals here, but you did say that Kamala Harris would be a better choice, and you did take billboards out against Donald Trump and told people not to vote in certain elections.
Fantastic. I really appreciate that Steven called Nick on his shit. And Fuentes' ass is currently puckered. He can see him sweat because he did not expect to be called on it, because up to this point, fucking no one called him on it.
that would be, and just maybe you didn't use the term accelerationist, but you said at least then that would sort of ignite what we need because it's a uniparty, it's all the same.
Yes, that's what accelerationism is.
Right, so I view that as accelerationism, whereas I see where we agree, where we find progress, I would argue is better than 4 years of Kamala. And I would argue that we were at the precipice of, really, we were looking at sending into the abyss 15 million on the low end, illegal aliens, and not to mention the legal immigration problem. Add another 10 million with Kamala Harris, we no longer have a country where you and I would both agree. So that's where I don't understand your position.
Yeah, well, let's sit in this for a minute. So first of all, and I just want to clarify, I know you know this, but maybe your audience doesn't. I never told people to vote for Kamala. I didn't vote for Kamala. I never told people to vote for Kamala.
Telling people to, quote unquote, sit this one out and not vote for Donald Trump is tantamount to voting for Kamala in the environment that surrounded the previous election. There were no other choices. If you did not vote for Trump, if you called for people to not vote for Trump, means you're basically you're decreasing the gap that voting for Trump would have created. You are decreasing the margin by which Trump has to win because you're aiming to deprive Trump of those votes. That is no different. Voting third candidate, not voting for the key candidate here, is tantamount to voting for the other candidate. It is just as harmful.
I didn't endorse Kamala. My plan in and again, as long as we're in good faith, I'm going to explain to you my thought process on this last year. It look
at his fucking eyes dart all over the place.
At one point, like this was going to be a very contentious election, like it would be very close. It turned out not to be, and eventually it became clear that it wouldn't be. But it seemed like maybe this election would come down to one.
Yes, exactly. Once it turned out that this is not going to be even a remotely close election, then Fuentes was suddenly on Team Trump.
State like Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania.
The moment Trump cleared the necessary electors to win, Fuentes was on Twitter tweeting about how it was your body, my choice.
One of the 3 Rust Belt states.
Which, again, as bait, extremely funny.
And my problem in 24 is that Trump was not promising an immigration moratorium. In fact, he was saying the opposite. He said that he would staple green cards to diplomas, which is a very famous policy. It's been around for decades, and Democrats and Republicans have said, we're going to give green cards to every foreign student. I said, that's a disaster. That's terrible. And then the other thing is there was a rumor that he had a quid pro quo arrangement with Miriam Adelson that he would allow Israel to annex the West Bank and intervene in the war with Iran. And so those were kind of my 2 issues.
So first of all, there was a rumor. Second of all, who gives a fuck? Like if we're non-interventionist here, yeah, let Israel settle their own regional conflicts. Like if annexing the West Bank and Gaza would allow them to stabilize the region, go for it. No American boots on the ground. If you can pull it off, more power to you.
As I said, if we elect Trump, we're going to get all these Chinese and Indians. They're going to get green cards, and we're going to get H-1Bs because that's what Silicon Valley wants, and we're going to get a war with Iran. And so I looked at it this way. I said,
did we get a war with Iran, Nick? Where's that war with Iran? Have we all died for Israel yet?
If the America Firsters rise up and sort of tell Trump, here's the ultimatum. You can come out and say you're against the H-1Bs and the F-1 and green cards, and you could say you're not going to bring us to war in Iran, and we'll vote for you. But if you don't, we can't vote for you. And that was kind of the idea. It was like a contract with the Trump team. Now, ultimately, Trump became basically, his advantage grew to be so big that he wasn't worried about losing in one of those states. And I felt that way. I said, we don't have leverage anymore because he's leading by so much. It's clear he's going to win.
I'm going to pull up the Razor Fist video just because he has Fuentes' clip and it's the easiest way to find it. Okay. James Reeves with a Gen 6 save there. Okay, we're going to look at that in a moment. Razor Fist. So we do have confirmation of a Gen 6 Glock physically on TFB TV. Let's see. There's
With AI,
You can create any character you want in seconds.
this used to require huge.
This refrain is achieving.
All right. Let's hear it directly from the Twink's mouth.
We will have another surprise, another digital campaign aimed at Donald Trump's presidential campaign. But it will only escalate and expand from there. Depending on how things go in the coming weeks, we will begin deploying on the ground in the state of Michigan. That's where it will start. We will engage in other guerrilla political tactics in Michigan, which I will not disclose at this time, until the election, which includes telling people to sit this one out and refrain from voting.
Bunch of slap-jawed fat.
Whoa, I forgot about that one there.
And that's why we sort of abandoned it in the middle of it. But aside from, so that...
I guess we are saved by the fact that, you know, personal gropers are a very small group, just in terms of sheer head count. And even the ones who are gropers, like legitimate, unironic retards, fortunately, they're not allowed in school zones and can't really function outside of the internet. They're very similar to the Zoomerwaffe in that sense. Like, I'm not afraid of the political influence or potential violence inflicted by a group of people who are too afraid to name their McDonald's order to a living person.
That's where that came from.
Just to clarify, abandon what?
Abandon that project, the Groyper War II, because we were going to go to Michigan and we were literally going to knock on doors and hand out leaflets and stuff. And we said, you know what, let's just not anymore because he's going to win anyway. So we bought one billboard.
You were going to knock on the doors and tell people to vote for Trump, the Groypers in Michigan?
Yeah, no, to sign on to something like a pledge that would say, you know, we will not vote for Trump unless. That was kind of the...
No, we just rolled the clip. You were going to tell people to not vote at all. And then it turned out that your limp dick little dick-sucking circle just is not capable of pulling that off. You're not able to organize those numbers to do anything, and then you sort of decided to give up.
Idea. And we sort of spun that up, but we abandoned it when it became clear that he would win.
Okay. And I understand that, by the way. I understand the idea of holding the representatives accountable. I mean, that's why we have primaries. But hopefully that's a part of your strategy, because a lot of people just don't run in primaries, and that's a viable option. But I do remember what caught me off guard, you saying that Kamala Harris was a better choice. And I remember part of what you said was because Trump, if he's elected, legitimizes the system. And that would be worse. You didn't want Trump to be elected because it would legitimize the system. Explain what you meant by that, because that sounds to me like you want to delegitimize and almost revolution instead of Trump.
Well, and
which is, by the way, accelerationism. That is definitionally an accelerationist goal.
Here's the thing. I think that Trump is obviously the better president if you're just taking like all the nominal figures, like fewer illegal immigrants, he secured the border, the economy's going to be better, the government's going to be more efficient. Like, so, I mean, we're in agreement on that. Here's the problem. And I try to make people think about it in these terms. It's sure. And I don't want this to sound like a cop-out, but I'm trying to get people to think, which is that Trump gets elected, and let's think about what happens on day number 2. Whereas in 2020, everybody said the election is rigged. Like 86% of Republicans said, oh, the election was BS. Now,
it was close to half of Democrats, too, I think.
I mean, I would say that an election that allowed mass ballot harvesting, untraced mail-in voting, and had confirmed dead people counted in the vote, yeah, that kind of counts as rigged.
Yeah, it was substantial. It was across the board. Now nobody believes that. And
what the fuck do you mean? No, I mean, we don't believe that the 24 election was rigged, or rather it just wasn't rigged enough because Trump won by such an extreme margin that it could not have been rigged. It was literally too big to rig.
Whereas at one time people believed like, oh, like the system really needs to be overthrown. Like we really need radical change. Now they're saying, oh, Trump won. Oh, I feel relieved. Now we're okay. And look at the things that Trump has done. And we're going to get in. I can tell we're going to get into some of these things. the Epstein files, bombing Iran. And I'm not gish galloping, I'm just giving a little list of things I don't like. The H-1B visas, the 600,000 Chinese.
It's interesting that he occasionally accidentally probably uses Yiddish words.
Students. Yeah. All these things happen, and because they're happening under Trump, he is legitimizing them, and he's legitimizing the moneyed interests that are responsible for them. And I do think that deflates a lot of the fervor for change that existed before. And I just think sometimes, you know, is that necessarily better in the long term? I don't disagree that Trump is, you know, there's a very big pragmatic benefit, but in the long term, I worry about that.
Yeah, I definitely think it's better in the long term. And I agree with you completely on 600,000 Chinese students. I don't know if you saw, we did an entire hour on that. H-1Bs. I was throttled as a result from, well, I can't say Elon Musk directly, but I believe I perhaps called him a retard, whatever it was. I insulted him quite publicly. And, you know, for my troubles, made $27 in the course of a month on X. Ashley Sinclair made like 26 grand in 2 weeks. Who knew, right? That's kind of odd. Yeah, I agree with you on H-1Bs. I will tell you, worse than 600,000 Chinese students would be another 15 to 20 million illegals and changing the census rule, which is what we were looking at, where that redistricts the entire map. And
exactly, another Democrat win would ensure that only Democrats would be able to win going forward. It means that there would not have been a meaningful election ever again.
There's no chance to any type of conservative, Republican, nationalist, populist being elected again. And I do think that there was a lot of progress made. I would go, a lot of wins.
A Kamala Harris win would have been an absolute longhouse victory. We would have lost the country.
It's not only the border. 99% is not marginal to me as far as a reduction. I think that's pretty significant. But I'd like to go to, I understand where you're coming from. I understand that perspective, but I also don't understand what the threshold is as far as, okay, burn it all down, or we want to delegitimize the system. Because I know we lived through that, like you just said. Republicans thought it was an illegitimate.
The interview is not going as well as he expected.
Legitimate election. I did as well. Not a whole bunch of folks at the Daily Wire back then, so I think we were on the same page. And I also, obviously, when we had the lockdowns, all of that, we then lived through 4 years of Biden, right? So it was already seen as not legitimate. We saw the results. I think the results of not electing another Biden is better. But I would like to roll a clip, because I think it's in this vein and might help set it up. It was where you discussed, Epstein, too. That's one thing. Of course, I absolutely agree. I don't know if you know, I recreated the Epstein cell down to the millimeter and tried to hang myself with a force meter.
I saw that, yeah.
It's possible, not likely. So I thought it was a huge mistake. I think Pam Bondi's an idiot. And I mean actually like an idiot. Like she potentially could be a mongoloid, using the term hate speech. She's a moron, and I've always said that, using the term, and that rollout was terrible.
You're here?
It doesn't undo the things that a lot of people who elected not just Trump, but the cultural wins that they want. I think there's a lot of good there, and I don't think burning it down is the best approach. But here you mentioned a new potential coalition, and I think sort of lay out a prescription as to how to go forward, and I'd like to ask you about it. And again, we'll make the link to the full show available so that no one mischaracterizes anything.
Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie working together against the interests to compel the files. What do you think that has? A 90% approval rating? If you had progressive Democrats and nationalist Republicans working together, let's say to compel the release of the Epstein files, what kind of approval rating do you think that has? 90%? And what if they got together and they opposed foreign aid to Israel? What approval rating do you think that would have? 90%? Do you think that that Republicans or independents running under that brand, do you think that that would become more popular or less popular over time?
Well, if you don't understand Pax Americana, then yeah, sure.
4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16. It snowballs. And we need to propel someone into the White House that is just a populist. If the right can come down on health care and on a social safety net and maybe on some subsidies for education.
So let's build socialism. Let's build Gibbs above what we already have as Gibbs. Much America first.
And if the left can come down on the anti-white open border stuff and they can agree that we have a country, that party will win 90% of the vote and rule for a century. That's the compromise. That's the populist compromise.
Okay, and I think you were, you articulated that pretty well. I would say Epstein already has a coalition. Everyone voted to release the files except Clay Higgins, who is a punchline, deservedly so. Like, that's the first time everyone knew Clay Higgins. Like, he really must love pedophiles. I wish I loved anything as much as he loves defending sex islands. I would like to hear your prescription for how that works, because I would say this. If the only compromise was the left on immigration, and if I believe that there was any semblance of a reality in which they compromise on immigration and compromising on free markets to varying degree.
This man is a self-proclaimed political commentator. I know, right?
Okay. But what do we do with the Ro Khanna on the Second Amendment?
Ro Khanna,
on the First Amendment?
An open communist, by the way.
Transing the kids, on reparations that someone like a Ro Khanna or any member of the Democratic Party, but Ro Khanna specifically says is a priority economically and morally on abortion. What do you do with all of the other compromises that aren't listed? How does that coalition work and bring me through the end point?
Well, and I'm not a huge fan of either of them, actually. You could also say Thomas Massie on H-1Bs. You could say Thomas Massie on immigration also.
You could say him on Israel also, as far as his biggest donor. It's not AIPAC, but a lot of influence.
Certainly. Yeah. Certainly. But what I'm referring to is maybe more something like Trump 2016, who is basically a populist. And you look at Trump in 2016, and to me, that's kind of the prescription, where it's like in 2016, he comes out and he says, we're going to get the money out of politics. He says, I'm not going to take donor money. I'm not going to take super PAC money. I don't listen to special interests. He says, law and order, close the border. As far as health care, he didn't even give a plan. He said, we'll just take care of everybody. He said, we'll get rid of the lines around the states, and we'll just take care of everybody. Who even knows what that means? And he says, we're going to put America first in foreign policy. Now, I think that, here's the thing. I'm under no illusions. We're not going to win 80% of the left or 40% or even 30%. But I'm thinking that if we can win, because I think there are a lot of people on the far left or even some of the abundance liberals, they're getting tired of a lot of the far left too. There's a lot of these liberals in the center that are saying, how are you going to have public transportation when you have people getting stabbed in the neck and there's no police? Like,
yeah, and these people already vote Republican. We don't need you to reinvent the wheel.
We can't defund the police and even have these cities that we want to have. I think there's a lot of people on the far left, too, that are saying, maybe the woke has gone too far.
I'm sorry, was that a quote? Did Ro Khanna say that, or was that just a general sentiment?
No, I'm not talking specifically about Ro Khanna. That's just an example.
Because when I hear it, I almost thought you said I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like something a liberal would say, like stab the cop in the neck.
No, when people are being stabbed in the neck by like black people, for example.
Oh, that's also something I could hear a leftist supporting. But yes, okay, go on. It didn't.
Let's not watch the entire thing. I just want to get to the gun thing real quick, just to let Fuentes thoroughly shit his pants, and then we can move on to look at the Gen 6 Glocks.
In Chicago?
Well, I'm saying any effort being made. I know what we've lived through as far as what Ro Khanna would support.
George Floyd never happened. Even that. Why do we get all these people from Venezuela, which is the RNC? We're going to do True Social, Trump Media Group. I think we're in the clear with Rumble Matter. I sort of look at Trump and I say, I see what you have done to...
I can't think of anyone less America first than the current Democrat Party. Republicans are flawed. I believe that, go through it, Warren, Kamala Harris.
And everybody supports. And who is against it? The Republican establishment.
Well, I brought up you. Come on, let's be fair. I disagree with you. I understand your approach, though, too. I understand your approach because I feel that way, like I said, about the conservative guard in media and other awful. But the Second Amendment, considering the amount, a fundamental one, because I come from a country, I would also say socialized health care, because I've put several family members 6 feet under who would have lived in the United States, being raised in Quebec. It's awful. But the Second Amendment, considering the amount of threats, and we've talked about this, everyone has since Charlie Kirk, right? People just see the one that got through. I would imagine that you live under perpetual threat and need extra forms of security. I probably have that right.
Yes.
Yeah. And so for me, Second Amendment is pivotal. And I do see some rhetoric, not just from you, but from some people who sort of dismissive, that is disconcerting. I'd like to roll a clip on this and then give you the floor to clarify, because we probably actually agree more than we disagree.
Sure. There's this question of our government has no efficacy and it's not responsive to the needs or the wants of the people. So it's not really a democracy, and it also isn't working. So what do you do in that situation? Well, people start to say, and this is, as you know, this is the natural evolution of things. The people cry out for a tyrant. The people cry out for a dictator. Give us change. Give us reform. And I certainly feel that. I think that's compelling. I'm a little skeptical of it as time goes on, because as I get older and more mature, I think we maybe take for granted the institutions that we've built up. And maybe I've become ironically more conservative in my disposition and saying, like, maybe let's not race ahead of ourselves and get rid of things which have been around for hundreds of years. I would argue the constitutional system is already impaired because it's being abused by all the other organs of government. Even the Supreme Court voted 8-1 that said these injunctions are out of control. And you've got these like procedural things in the Senate, the filibuster. The president can't fire as many people as he'd like to fire without all this oversight. It's like, we do need an executive organ of government. So I would say that we should start with a more powerful president. And I would not be opposed to.
This is what irks me about every time he actually starts talking, is that he talks in generalities. He talks circles around the question, never actually answering the question. And when he does, it's the dumbest shit you've ever heard all day.
To, something like a king that sits over the presidency. I think that maybe they didn't get it wrong, but I think maybe we've outgrown a lot of those considerations. I'll even go as far as to say something like the Second Amendment. I mean, and maybe I'd get criticized for this, but I'm just free thinking here. Ideally, you would want a society that is so orderly. Do you really want people running around with guns all the time? I mean, I know the argument about,
if you think about it for longer than a minute, then yes, you generally want to have an armed population that is self-sufficient, unless you want to build what is ostensibly a very comfortable open-air prison. There are two solutions to violence. One being universal competence, where society self-polices, or B, you get a downward push from a ruling entity.
I am pro Second Amendment. I have guns, but something like that, it's like that is a clear instance where the left.
I would like to see those guns. I would like to observe. Are those guns in the room with us right now, Nick?
Kind of makes a point about how we've outgrown some of the things that are in there. I'm going to get a lot of shit for saying that, but I just think that's true. And like,
you will justifiably get shit for that because you are wrong.
A modern city, should everybody be packing heat like that? I mean, ideally, you'd have so much public order, it wouldn't be necessary.
Okay, so first, let me just be really clear on my.
He knows he's going to get his ass blown out about this.
Position. I do like a place where people are running around with guns all the time, because I've been a place where they haven't, Canada, and it's a nation of pussies. Also, I will tell you this. On this topic, I have seen the video where the police, I don't think arrest, police showed up at your house. One of my producers here, who's a lawyer, said people should watch that as textbook on how to deal with police. And he's not Jewish. He's Greek. One of the very rare Greek lawyers. He's not very good.
I like him.
Yeah, he's not very good. So I wouldn't hire him in a divorce. She'll get everything. I do want to give you, in other words, I want to let people know that this is not a position taken from someone who has not been under threat. But I will say this, what I heard there and in watching you, concerning to me. Because what I see communicated is in your ideal utopia, to use the word, would involve a much stronger state with much more executive power. And I agree on the executive authority, but the end game, a much stronger state and much softer civilian arms, softer Second Amendment rights. And it sounds a lot to me like the left saying, well, it was for muskets and we can just revise it.
It sounds to me like Femboy Fuentes, who carries no competence in real-world violence, wants the nanny state. He wants Big Daddy government to blow his back out and then keep him safe, instead of acquiring some kind of competency in violence. That's what it sounds to me like. I believe that Nick Fuentes is just pro nanny state. He wants Big Daddy government to keep him safe because he can't, because he looks like a fucking stick bug.
Explain if that's a mischaracterization. How do we know when we decide, and how do we decide we probably don't want people running around with guns anymore?
Well, I'm not in favor of gun control.
Then what the fuck are you in favor of? Again, you're literally talking out of both sides of your mouth.
In America, I just don't even think that's practical. It's what, 400, 500 million guns or something. I don't think it's possible to control guns here. It's kind of gotten away. But I will just say it really comes from a feeling. I don't really have a fleshed out, like, hot.
So you've seen Vibes coding. I bring you now Vibes legislation.
Take on it. But I do think about a modern city like New York or DC or LA and think, where do we draw the line?
So cities that have suffocating gun control, ridiculous licensing requirements, pretty much impractical carry regulations, LA in particular, just, bans by name of specific gun makes, pretty much almost eliminating carry for legal citizens. How's that working out for them? How's that gun control working out for them?
I know in Texas, for example, you have open carry, and I've done it. I was down in Texas.
We have constitutional carry, you fucking bint.
Texas with John Doyle, actually, years ago, before we became enemies. And we were walking around with guns in our back pocket in the gas station.
That's retarded. You shouldn't do that. That's not the correct way to open carry.
And I'm thinking, I actually don't know that I want to live in a city where people are literally walking around with guns hanging out of their pants.
So you're just a scared little bitch. That's all it sounds like.
I guess I already do live in one. I live in Chicago. They don't do it legally.
Well, I was going to say that might just be a Chicago thing, because everyone in this studio is strapped right now, and I love it. Like you're almost making me erect in your description.
I caught myself. I'm like, oh wait, that sounds like the South Side. It sounds like Inglewood, actually. But so I guess I'm in favor of like concealed carry. We should be able to own guns. I just, maybe it's a cultural thing, because I did grow up in the Midwest, and my parents actually trained people in how to use firearms. But we're not like a gun nut family. Forgive me if that's a pejorative statement, but we're not enthusiasts. And so there's something to me about it that I just feel like at a certain point it becomes less safe, more than more safe. So, but like I said,
so he's just a FUD. He just like Tucker. He's just a FUD who doesn't understand firearms, and they scare him.
I don't really have a fleshed out take. I'm ideologically in favor of the Second Amendment. I do support it. I don't have any prescriptive gun control measures. I just think there's a limit to it, and I get a little uncomfortable.
Oh, no, you hold the fuck up. No, the Second Amendment clearly states that a well-regulated militia being necessary for the protection of a free state, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Some gun control is infringement. I am sorry, you have to pick one.
Comfortable by some of it sometimes.
Okay, well, I think that's a fair answer if it's just sort of a feeling thing. I think that in combination, hopefully you can understand where it's prescriptive as far as a stronger state or theocracy, or I feel like
Nick, you are made uncomfortable by it because you are a failure as a man. You can't fight and you can't handle firearms. You lack a competence in violence, despite calling for the state to wield violence on your behalf. You are a hypocrite, and a limp-wristed one at that, which I find to be especially offensive. You wish for violence to enforce what you think is correct in the world, but you wish to proxy that out to people to do that on your behalf. And you want those same people to shield you from other potential sources of violence. You deny that fundamental layer of liberty to the people around you who are your countrymen. Again, I think the genesis of that in you being pencil-necked and victim weight. Perhaps once you achieve, a reference level of serum testosterone, some of your opinions may shift away from that. But until such time, you are a bundle of sticks, and you should shut the fuck up.
I know I've heard you use the word dictatorship. It could be, again, tongue-in-cheek with softer Second Amendment rights. That's a huge concern to me. But I think that's a fair answer if you don't actually have a prescription for it. All right, I would ask that you not create any kind of a coalition with someone who would take any guns away, because I have them hanging out of my pockets all the time, as a matter of fact. I've created new pockets for my guns.
I keep forgetting you're Canadian. That seems like a big hang, maybe because you come from a country without it, but I
am American. I was raised in the land of pussies. So I was born in Detroit and was raised in the land of the spineless from 3 to 18.
Trans-American, huh? You
Nope.
identify as American, huh? No,
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
teasing
I've
you.
actually tried to publicly denounce my Canadian citizenship many times, and I don't know how to. I've just said it on air, like I denounce it. I'm so ashamed of that. And my mom, who was French Canadian, I mean, gosh, many decades ago, is embarrassed by it. So I'm not Canadian. I'm never running for office. I just don't want people to actually think I'm Canadian, because that would be awful.
Okay, sure thing. Well, I mean, me, as far as just one last...
We agree.
Look,
Canadians are awful. We have to agree. They're the worst.
But they're your people, Steve. They're your
not
people.
Oh, son of a bitch. All right. I hate that country. It is awful. It's also, by the way, probably why I'm much more in favor of a two-party system, because I come from where I was raised, a parliamentary system. And when I had it explained to me, I said, so someone can...
All right, y'all can watch the whole interview, and I implore you to do so. Actually, I'm going to post it in the links over here, both on YouTube and on Twitch. There we go. Yeah, watch it in your own time. I advise that you watch it. We need a fucking palate cleanser. Otherwise, I'm just going to drop a hard slur and get banned. I'm sorry, but my guy, can you please at least get out of one of the closets that you're in? One of them being a gun grabber closet and the other one being the literal closet. Yeah. Like, pick a struggle is all I'm going to say about Nick Fuentes.
But yeah, trifling? You're saying that the silver block marching barrels, but it's not a good trifle.
That is some sexy stippling. Okay, suppressor height sights. Trigicon RMR, seemingly natively mounted. Gas pedal on the wrong side. Okay. So I need to... Let me take this call, see if I can get to someone now. Hello? Hello? Yes, who is this? Medicare coverage. Okay, so everything is confirmed real. That banner is confirmed as real. The Gen 6 is real.
Fellas, we are looking at the Gen 6 Glock today here on TFB TV. First of all, apologies in advance.
See a Vortex Defender, Trigicon RMR, and the one on the left is probably an RCR?
This is an embargo. There is everyone and their dog, if their dog has more than 5 followers on Twitter, in here today for this event. So you guys are going to see a ton of videos. Hopefully, we're going to be able to provide you something a little bit different, a little TFB TV flavor for you, talking about the Gen 6 Glock and all the improvements that have been made now. Before we get into it, you've got guys like me who are hardcore Glock fans who don't want to see a lot change, right? The question is, how much is this like prior iterations of Glock that I trust, that I'm familiar with. And then there are a lot of you out there who complain that Glock doesn't innovate enough. What have they done differently? Why are they not responding to what the market wants? I know you guys are expecting this from me because I'm #1 Glock shill, but I'm going to say that this is probably the best Glock yet. But I think when I tell you the changes and the improvements, you're probably going to agree with me. I'm a little reluctant to just go ahead and say this right off the bat. Reliability is the most important thing to me. I don't care what they do. I don't care about the new flat trigger and the new undercut. I want to know about the reliability. The good news is we have this crazy stat from the FBI with the Gen 5 Glocks. What type of MRBS are we looking at for purposes of this test, or what's considered satisfactory to the FBI?
So the minimum is one stoppage, no more than one stoppage and 2,000 rounds fired. Where we ended up with that was somewhere close to no more than one and just shy of 4,000. I think it was actually 3,800 and something mean rounds between any stoppages, and that's across different types of ammo, all of our different shooters. So it met and well exceeded any of the requirements set out in the document.
Well, the good news is the Gen 6 was tested to an even higher standard than the Gen 5. So if you're like me, if you're a Glock traditionalist, you don't want to see a lot of change. The good news is that reliability is still there. If anything, it's better. So now...
As brought alive with that.
Sigh of relief, we can get into the actual features to see what's different. Those of you looking for like a modular FCU, a modular gun, you're not getting this like with the exchangeable fire control unit or whatever. I'm really glad. I personally am glad. I think that would have been too radical a departure from the Glock reliability and the Glock DNA. I wanted to see...
Okay, so then the Brazilian picks are bullshit.
See exactly what we got, and that is incremental improvements to an already good design. Now you can see 3 pistols right here. It's really 2. The Glock 17 is the Glock 47. The Glock 47 is the Glock 17. In other words, they've got a Glock 17 Gen 6. It will be the Glock 47 moving forward. Now, to kind of give you guys a little bit of background, if you're not familiar with the 47, the 17, basically with the Glock 47, they took a Glock 17 frame and then they put a Glock 17 size slide, but it uses a Glock 19 recoil assembly, shorter recoil assembly. I asked them point blank, hey, were there any differences in terms of performance, reliability between the 17 and the 47 in the Gen 5? And they said absolutely not. Well, what does that mean? That means that you can take this Glock 17, and I actually can't show you this on YouTube. I can take this Glock 19. Now I've got a Glock 45. We've got 3 guns in front of us, but really it's like they're making 2, right? They're making the Glock 17, the 47, and the Glock 19. You switch the slides and the frames, and you've got the 45, like in between, or the 49, if you wanted to. So like I can take the longer slide, and check that out. They're not even marketing this, right? But here it is. This is the longer slide, the 17 slide with the compact. So really, it's like they're making 4 guns. So if you buy the 17 and you buy the 19, see how that works? So that's actually pretty brilliant and kind of quasi-modular in its own right. Now, moving to the features. The big change here is going to be ergonomics. First of all, the texture. This is a blend of RTF2, the greatest handgun texture ever made, RTF2 and RT.
Stippling confirmed all the way up to the slide release.
RTF4.
Flat face trigger, by the way.
From the Gen 5. So it's kind of got this grippy, granular sub-layer and then like a blockier, taller layer. For a lot of people, the RTF2 is a little bit too tacky or it would shred clothes or whatever. This gives you that same grippiness, but you know, it doesn't.
That seems to be a direct mount RMR.
Tear up your clothes, whatever. You might be able to notice now, we've got actually a little bit of a palm swell. So Glock, crazy story.
I like that. Okay.
They mapped all of their employees' hand sizes, all of them, in Austria and in the United States to figure out the perfect average hand size. And that's what they built out this palm swell to be. So
that is the palm swell that I have to mimic on Gen 5 Glocks. That's why I have like 4 layers of hockey tape on my 43X. And that's what I'm currently doing with Ranger bands on my 19X, because I need that palm swell.
You are absolutely going to love the new palm swell.
Okay.
You've got more checkering. You've got a gas pedal now. You can see this ambi ledge, like a speed ledge up front to give you a little bit more contact with the
Holster compatibility is going to be a fucking nightmare.
gun. Flared magazine well in all the models. You guys probably noticed it's got a flat trigger. Same trigger pull. Same trigger that you know and love. From
So something I noticed there, the space behind the magwell, it has the same shape as the 19X. Holy shit, am I getting 19X compatible magwells now? Thanks
Glock
for the
pistol
Gen 6.
But now it's got a flat trigger, which I know a lot of you guys are going to be really excited about.
Stock flat trigger, very nice.
You can also see that there's fencing.
It's actually completely fucking invalidating the build that I want to make out of my 19X. I am low-key angry.
Now around the ambi slide release, and they said that that is to help people who might have a super high grip to prevent them from accidentally deploying the slide release when they don't want to. Another big thing that a lot of the more astute viewers out there may have noticed, you've also got an undercut finally in a Glock. And what they did, a lot of testing for the undercut. They wanted to make the undercut thin enough where it was comfortable, but thick enough where you wouldn't be able to break it. There's less distance right here between the tang of the grip and the trigger finger. They found that most shooters, even shooters with larger hands, preferred, almost like the Glock 43X style, being able to get more finger if they want to, because you can kind of adjust more or less finger. So they reduce
have a bit of an
the
undercut.
reach between the tang of the grip and the front of the trigger face. Very aggressive forward slide serrations. I would say these are a little bit deeper than what's on the Gen 5, while at the rear you've got kind of the same serrations that were.
We love forward slide serrations. I rack my gun off of the front just because, well, I press check off the front rather because I have a red dot on the other end.
Familiar with. You've got an extended beaver tail.
Love those.
Here in the back, which of course helps with recoil. It's going to come with 2 back straps in the box, a 2mm and a 4mm. None of them will have the beaver tail since you already have the beaver tail built into the frame, but if you want to adjust it a little...
Wait, but the back straps go onto the base grip, so it's not really modular in that way.
Then you still have the option to do that. So again, a lot of the changes here, we just went over like 80% of the changes. That's basically to the frame and to the ergonomics. Now, the Glock V model, I know you're going to ask, does this have the same modifications to the back of the slide? Yes, it does. Exact same modifications to make it harder to convert to full auto. You guys have already gotten that figured out. Now let's talk about the optics mounting system.
Then what was the fucking point of making the V generation? I'm sorry, this is fucking ridiculous. Just release the damn Gen 6. That's all you had to do.
So this is something...
I'm pissed off because I bought a 19X because of that.
It's a little bit more modular. They got away from the MOS plate system, which I am very happy about, and that's a huge improvement. What they're doing now is they've got kind of a multi-mount system that'll work with anything with an RMR or DPP footprint. It comes with plates. Theoretically, I would not advise this. Glock probably isn't even going to be happy about me saying this in a video. You could theoretically run this without any of the plates. The plates act almost like crush washers to use with any particular optic.
Okay, so it's just sealing plates, basically.
They're polymer. They're made out of deliberately, because polymer helps absorb the recoil, and it helps, it's almost like, again, like a washer or an O-ring, where it helps it clamp and grip in. They found that the polymer...
My 19X is unfired. Should I just sell it?
Worked better than the metal, and it's cheaper to make and easier to replace. Another thing they did, re-engineered the extractor channel. One of the problems, people putting too much Loctite whenever they're putting on their screws, people putting screws that are too tall, interfering with the extractor channel and the reliability of the gun. Now you can do whatever you want because it's totally sealed off.
I like that one. I really like the MOS plate being sealed off from the extractor channel, not because of the Loctite getting in there or whatever else, but because if I don't clean under the MOS plate, which I haven't for quite a while, the rust gets into the extractor channel through those holes. That is fucking aggravating.
And whatever you do up here isn't going to affect anything down here. Now, parts compatibility. A lot of people obviously are going to ask about that. Well, I've got a graphic up here that's going to have all of the parts that are compatible with prior iterations of the Glock and all of the parts that are not compatible. Kind of the big one, people are going to ask about the barrel. The barrel is not compatible with any prior generation of Glock. They did some chamfering, they re-engineered the geometry. Again, all in that theme of ensuring that this gun was more reliable. Now they're going back to a single captive recoil spring, just like the old school Glocks that we know and love. They found that they went to the dual system because they needed to with 40. Well, now with 9mm being much more common and the first run of guns only being in 9mm, they're using the original traditional recoil spring assembly, which I think a lot of people will see as welcome. But for the most part, you've got a lot of parts compatibility with prior iterations of earlier versions of Glock, with some parts that are new to the Gen 6. You guys can imagine it would be suicidal for them to switch magazines. So it uses, your usual Glock magazines. How does it shoot? Well, shot it on the range today. Glock 45 Gen 6, first shots. Really excited about this.
Here's my question. Are the suppressor height what I assume are steel sights now stock for all Gen 6s?
To me, like, there are a lot of shooters here. Like I said, there's a lot of people here from the gun community. A lot of them are like, oh my God, this shoots way better. All these things in conjunction makes a much better shooting experience. I would say this is better. I like the fact that, to me, it was very similar to shooting, say, a Gen 5. But again, you have incremental improvements that make the gun better and more accurate. And
basically, your out-of-the-box Gen 6 Glock is going to be like a Gucci'd up Gen 5 slightly.
More shootable. Glock.
Better grip, better trigger. Let's suppose you haven't fucked with the internals. Sort of like having a natively milled slide. You don't mess with the MOS plates anymore. Very likely, it seems like it's going to have better iron sights out of the box. Okay.
Good news.
So it's going to be basically like a Gen 5 Glock that's had like roughly $1,000 of upgrades put into it.
So if you're used to and if you appreciate the traditional Glock shooting experience, that's what you're getting. Again, this isn't a radical departure, but it does have a lot of improvements with the ergonomics, with the trigger, and so on, that do make it a better gun. I'm here with my buddy Kaya from Classic Firearms. Kaya used to be an FBI agent. He's actually one of the best shooters I know. Might not seem like it. He's actually a very humble guy. His credentials, mile long, great shooter. So I would like to get your opinion as somebody who used to carry a Glock on duty. What do you think about the Gen 6? Honest opinion.
Honest opinion.
Disregard that Shane Coley is right there watching us. No, we're boys with Shane too, so really honest opinion.
I've depended my life on this thing, and many others do every single day. The best Glock Gen yet. Without a doubt, incredible. I love the fact that Glock actually implemented a bunch of different changes.
I want to know what you think the two best improvements are. That's what I want to know.
Grip, trigger.
Now, grip, you got to be more specific.
I mean,
like
grip, the whole
texture.
frame, the whole frame.
Yeah. Grip
the
and
gas
trigger.
pedal, the whole frame. But for me, the grip is the most important thing, right? When you grab this thing, the feeling is very important.
I wonder if I can get a Glock Gen 6 trigger to run in my 19X.
They completely revamped that. It's incredible. And the trigger. Now, I love the Glock triggers. They work every single time. The trigger shoe, I was never a full fan of, and they just completely went and just made that flat face trigger. It feels incredible. Overall, a very well balanced, nice gun. I can't speak enough about it. They absolutely nailed it.
They will come.
Gen 5.
I'm sure as we start to see these being adopted,
No palm swell.
the first thing they're going to do is say, well, we got
Old.
And the front is flat too. For us, it's like this item number required process.
I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to hold on to the 19X. I'm going to keep it unfired and unmodified. I'm going to lock this thing in its box. And I'm going to wait for Gen 6s to hit the market. And I'm going to go and try to shoot some of those. And if it's as radical of a difference, I may sell it off as an unfired Gen 5, and that's pretty much it. And I'm just going to go and replace it with a Gen 6 Glock 45.
Starts it off, and that's where it starts. It's always, I think, I don't know if people
Gen
know
6
that. We always start with
without Kaya's interruptions this time.
When we have that just keeps
New
everything
texture,
off, and we start producing.
palm swells.
The front's flat right here. I'm trying to help.
No, we get it.
TFP
We
needs
get the
help.
front. No.
The front is flat on the Gen 5 right here. And
Yeah.
the Gen 6 is more round.
Yeah, so the Gen 6 is smoother like Kaya's brain. Between the increased reliability and a lot of improvements that a lot of you have been asking for, so don't say Glock doesn't listen to
how are you
It
doing?
might take them a
I haven't
minute,
seen you in a
but they
while.
get around to it, and the improvements that they've made here have turned this into...
Welcome, Raiders. We're drooling over the new generation of Glocks. Hello, Raiders. My name is Kuromaru Onii-san, everyone's favorite tactical Oni no Onii-san. We're currently looking at new guns. Make yourself at home. What were you doing? I assume you were playing Tekken. Let me get you a shout out real quick, my guy. How do I do that? I forgot how to operate my own chat. There we go. But if you need to, feel free to raid and run. If not, hang around. We're looking to do some questionable shopping very soon. I'm considering my unwise purchasing decisions. But yeah. We do a whole lot of things. This is a very unflattering angle of James Reeves. New gun, yes. Glocks are releasing a Gen 6 very soon. Where am I looking this time? Well, it's looking like I'm going to buy. Looks like a Glock you would actually. Yeah, it looks like a Gen 5 Glock that's had like $1,000 worth of upgrades applied to it. Hey there, Seku. So, again, my name is Kuromaru Onii-san. We do a lot of martial arts, gun-related content, and whenever we get a little bit of time, we sometimes play video games, but mostly it's going to be yapping. Most of the time, we're looking at slop. So if you're into that kind of thing, if you're interested about guns, fighting, training, or Japan in general, feel free to follow the channel. Stick around. It's going to be funny. If you can also follow me on all of the socials. Join the Discord. I only ping for streams or if something is very funny. But yeah, I'm kind of here for the Gen 6. I kind of am. The Gen V is a fucking clusterfuck. At this point, like I've recently just bought a Glock 19X. I really like it. From just a financial perspective, I feel like I'm better off selling it while it's still unfired and while it still costs what it costs and buying myself a Gen 6 45. That's really looking like it right now.
Take them a minute, but they get around to it, and the improvements that they've made here have turned this into what I honestly believe to be the best Glock yet. The big questions for TFB TV. How much is it going to cost? When's it going to be available? You're watching this video, most likely, unless things have changed, on December 8th. That's when the embargo is up. But this is going to officially release and be available for purchase on January 20th, 2026. So in just a few weeks, you'll be able to get this. It is going to cost
right
the
after
exact
shot.
same, I don't
Okay.
know off the top of my head, the exact same as a Gen 5 Glock MOS. So technically speaking, if you're getting an optics-ready Glock, they're charging the same for this gun as they did for the Gen 5. I think that some of you might be upset because Glock didn't change enough. I think some of you
I'm upset because I bought a fucking Gen 5 right before this was announced.
might be upset that Glock changed too much. And that really is the conundrum for Glock. There's such a colossus in the space that no matter what they do, there are going to be people kind of on both sides of the line.
Then again, do I really need to sell the 19X? I feel like it's a cutesy little thing. They're not going to make a Gen 6 of it just because this was for an army contract. I feel like I'm going to hang on to my 19X and I'm just going to take the L. I'm just going to buy a Gen 6.
Who are going to be upset because they didn't do enough. They're going to be upset because they did too much. For me, as somebody who's a Glock traditionalist, I don't have a problem with the Gen 3 Glock as we sit here today. I think this is wonderful. I think Glock did a great job of not trying to push it too far while still delivering some features and some improvements that you guys have been asking for. To me,
I'd be stupid, but can I maybe trade it in? Some places offer trade-ins. I'm not sure about that. I don't really know. Well, Range USA, I think, does those. I don't know if I want to get rid of my 19X. That's the thing. Like, it's a cutesy little gun. I normally don't like FDE, but it does look kind of cool. Firearms. Trade in. Sell, trade in. Central Texas Gun Works. I mean, I could just go through a private sale, I guess. Or I could sell it for, I don't know. Some places do that. Again, I'm in Texas. I could just sell it privately, or swap it for a nicer gun. I don't like used guns for a variety of reasons. I'm looking at my local FFL right now. I would likely have to sell it through an FFL, and then I would just be able to buy something with that money from the same guy. Just have him place an order for a Glock for me. Manufacturer, I just want to quickly check. He had listings for a Glock 45 on his website. 9mm. Thinking like a trade-in to pay the difference. It's not going to cost anything different. That's the thing. If anything, mine is more expensive because it's unobtainium, like they've been discontinued. I'm gonna bring it up in a moment just to show a comparison. Glock 45 MOS, $743 with a custom paint job. Glock 19s, Glock 43X, Glock 17 rather. All right, so he doesn't have any Glock 45s. Let me just show you what I'm talking about, just so you understand the difference. Glock 19X. Okay, this one's a little bit different from mine, but it sort of proves more. So this is the gun that we're talking about. This is my most recent purchase. Technically, Onii wife got it for me, just because I was kind of anxious over the news of the Gen 5 being discontinued, and this is a discontinued gun now. So mine was better because it comes with a threaded barrel. Of course I'm married. So mine comes with a threaded barrel. Mine came with steel iron sights, steel suppressor height iron sights out of the factory. Everything else is pretty much the same. I think my slide has an anti-corrosive finish, like it's a better finish than the stock 19X's. And that is about it. That's all that's different. I feel like I should probably hang on to this. Like, there's probably something that's going to be slightly different about the Gen 6. I don't know. I'm feeling intense FOMO, and it's making me feel yucky. Like, I got bamboozled. I really just got bamboozled into crashing out and buying a Gen 5 Glock for nothing. If I really felt like it, I could go to my local FFL, say, hey, like, I can put this up for consignment. This is MSRP. I'd have to pay the guy 10% for what I sell it for. I could argue that this is worth something to the effect of $700, because, you know, threaded barrel, steel iron sights. I didn't really do anything else to it. Well, I didn't do shit to it. And it's still, like, unfired, new in box. Like, I haven't even fully disassembled it yet. So, I don't know. I could go and sell it. I probably could get about $700 for it. I'll wait for Gen 6 to hit the market. So I have a range day coming up next week, and I was going to take it to shoot. I'm definitely no longer doing that. I'm keeping this bitch stock and unfired until such time that Glock Gen 6s hit the market and I see what they actually retail for.
Me, the Gen 6 Glock is basically a manifestation that Glock does indeed listen to consumers. Incremental improvements that you guys have asked for. The undercut, the flat trigger, improved ergonomics. I like what they've done with the optic system. The MOS is gone. They're keeping
downsides. Now, if we consider downsides, like the purpose of having a full-sized Glock is to build out a Roland Special, realistically. Like there's no other reason to have a full-sized Glock. Mine already has a threaded barrel. I would have to go with an optics plate to mount the RMR. The triggers, whatever. I'm going to either way switch out the recoil spring for a tungsten one, and that's probably going to be it. And the flashlight, naturally. If I were to sell this, let's go $700. I buy a new Glock 43X, not 43X, a Glock 45 for like $600. If it comes with steel sights, that's fine. I can just leave those on. I will have to go out of pocket for the barrel. That's going to cost me the difference. Though, like probably like $150 when those are available. I'm not like the only thing I'm realistically getting is a better grip texture. That's probably it. I don't know.
the price the same, release date going to be right around the corner. Glock is listening, so tell them what you think in the comments, guys. Did they not do enough? Did they do too much? I know that you guys are going to feel strongly about it one way or the other, but that just is the name of the game, I guess, with Glock. Someone's going to have strong feelings about it. My strong feelings about this gun, it's awesome. Best Glock ever.
I'll just probably bite the bullet and buy another gun. That's it.
My strong feelings about you, TFB TV viewers, is you are awesome. Best viewers ever. I will see you at SHOT Show, the best event in the world, 2026, which is right around the corner. We're going to be bringing you tons of content, TFB TV main channel and TFB TV Showtime. Thank you for watching. Take care.
I maintain that we should make James Reeves an honorary gun VTuber. Okay, I ran out of slop to react to. Flirt Magwell, that actually happened. Damn. Quickly take a look at this as a palate cleanser. Do we have anything left to react to? Oh, it's sped up. I don't like it sped up. Let's see. Oh, okay. Since we're on the subject of Thing Japan, we are.
Well, we're back.
We're frequent. We frequently.
We're back.
Oh, please, come on, Metatron. You let me talk. It's rude. But yeah, Abroad in Japan has been a subject of my criticisms for quite a while now, and people more diligent than myself have found more things to criticize him on. My main gripe with him is that he is forever stuck in the mindset of line go up, and that he generally seems to be a default lib. So not only is he a default lib, but like most content creators, as it turns out, he is also a liar and malignant narcissist. So we're gonna let Metatron take us on this wonderful journey of being further disappointed in Abroad in Japan, and maybe this being our cue to no longer consume his content, even as React Slop.
Well, we're back, because there is more stuff coming to the surface, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm all over for it.
Stuff does have a tendency to come to the surface. Excuse me, I need to take a drink of water. Oh, stop pretending like you knew all along. In terms of his content, he's generally inoffensive, outside of, sometimes picking very odd hills to die on. Like, remember how he was saying that over-tourism wasn't a thing, until suddenly it became a thing when he was no longer able to deny it.
I'm all for it. Also, while you're at it, if decency, honesty, and transparency is what you're interested in, then I would strongly suggest you to not subscribe to Abroad in Japan, but do subscribe to A. Broad in Japan, meaning Oriental Pearl. Much better. And I am subscribed, by the way, before people go in the comments. I'm logged in with my third channel. Subscribe to it, by the way. I'll put links to all my channels. Come on.
All right, so for one, Pearl seems to be just a better linguist.
My previous videos of this saga, one being on my main channel and the other one being on my second channel. By the way, which of these two do you think has the better thumbnail? Let me know in the description. But on these videos, as I have explained, Abroad in Japan has demonstrated a level of dishonesty that at this point I truly believe to be pathological. And while I do strongly suggest you to go check out the original videos, I will give you a little bit of a lore recap, if you will. I'll be very fast. Abroad in Japan has complained about some of the statements made by Oriental Pearl. She was just making videos on her own channel where she was talking.
Yeah, basically, Abroad in Japan is a big enemy of noticing. He becomes irate whenever you notice.
About some actual real issues at a societal level that are happening in Japan. These are civic issues that have to do with the degrading conditions of some areas of Tokyo, and all of this has to do with problems with homelessness, and personally I think it has to do with some immigration problems as well. But in general, before we go into political takes, she just made a video where she was talking about the way she actually sees Tokyo in order to show people while Tokyo is a wonderful city, it also has its problems. But this obviously pissed off Abroad in Japan. He made a statement about it. She made a video about it. He made a video about his statement. And on said video, what he did, and this is what really the heart of this entire issue, which my friend and I, Evil Dia, good friend of the channel, link in the description, discussed, was the fact that Abroad in Japan took a video clip made by Oriental Pearl and showed it on his multi-million channel. And on this clip, you could see that she was walking around this area where you clearly have homeless people. And as she does that, you can hear that she's laughing and saying, this is really a rough area. And therefore, he used it as a way to say, look at this. She's an awful person. She laughs at homelessness. Shame on you. He didn't say it, but that's exactly what he meant. And that's exactly what his community understood. In fact, they went and they pestered literally a swarm of thousands of comments attacking and shaming Oriental Pearl because how dare she laughing at poverty. Problem is that was not the original audio connected to this video clip, but it was an audio taken from this other clip that he selectively removed and edited in, where she was being SA'd by this man who was treating her like a prostitute, and so she was laughing because she was uncomfortable what she's going through, and then she was saying this is really a rough area. So that's just so you...
So yeah, that's just to sort of shorten the take here. It's not an edit that you make accidentally. That is a combining an audio track with a completely different visual is a deliberate editing step that you have to take. And I believe that it was undertaken as an attempted character assassination by Abroad in Japan.
You understand what we're dealing with, and that alone would be enough, right, for us to be really disgusted by this behavior demonstrated by Chris from Abroad in Japan. Problem is that things didn't end there, because what he did is after he got caught, he edited that section out. So he knows that the section is there. He knows it was misrepresenting, but he decided to make no public apology, no pinned comment, nothing. In fact, there is a pinned comment now, and we're going to check it out together. But before we do that, of course, as we're discussing about all of this, who found it out? It was Think Before You Sleep, this YouTuber. And I love that we both do the little black background with the face of the person when we talk about people. I do that too. Yeah, genius minds think alike, my friend. What can I tell you? Regardless, thanks to him, check out his actual video, which has a lot more reach than me. And it's good because his video is a lot more thorough. It's 1 hour and 17 minutes and 58 seconds. It's excellent.
Yeah, we're definitely not reacting to a whole hour-long
way to really see how awful Abroad in Japan is. Now, he's the guy who found out the editing sleight of hand, but here's the thing. Think Before You Sleep was mentioned by Mr. Chris. All right, item number 2, Your Honor. So this is the pinned comment by Abroad in Japan where he gaslights you the entire time. We'll read it. And then, of course, there are 675 replies, and there are a lot of other comments that, of course, still call him out. including a channel called Bunny Bootsync 9258, and he says it hasn't aged well with other knowledgeable YouTubers on the issue chiming in on this to including native citizens of Japan. It doesn't look good when you selectively edit a clip together and then remove it after the video's published edit, and now I have evidence of this comment being hidden. Okay, so not only abroad in Japan is going around hiding comments and deleting stuff.
Wait. White nationalists, like Think Before You Sleep, liked by abroad in Japan, by the way. So we're at that level of discourse.
Which already. But here's the thing. Someone from Chris's audience, specifically a Dent, commented, you meant white nationalists like Think Before You Sleep, and abroad in Japan hearted it. So it seems like abroad in Japan appreciates people calling someone a white supremacist, right? Because, I mean, he hearted it. I don't care who says it. If they have the receipts to prove the point they are making, my channel history is all about having the receipts to prove the point, says Bunny. And Bunny's absolutely right. First and foremost, who cares? Is the guy an actual white supremacist at this point? Probably not. He's probably just someone who has reason and logics and just has normal takes all the way up to 20 years ago. But that's beyond the point. Does the fact that abroad in Japan hearted this comment give us an indication on his possible politics? You're like, but why do his politics matter?
Well, his politics actually color a lot of his opinions and, well, the actual lies that he tells. For example, being very hostile when people were pointing out that Japan is being swamped by low-quality foreigners. Because it is actually, well, according to certain people, it is white nationalist to claim that all people are not made the same, and maybe not all people know how to behave in high-trust societies. It is offensive to the leftard to imply that there are cultural differences between people.
Because this was political. His attack on Oriental Pearl was absolutely political. Here's the thing, though. Do you know who Hassan Piker is friends with? And before you say, are you doing guilty by association? No, I don't do guilty by association, but
I'd say, see, guilt by association is one thing. I also maintain that you are an average of the 5 people with whom you spend the most time. And your personal friend circle is also a great indication of what you personally find palatable. I personally am not friends with any people who go to a brothel to fuck minors. I am personally not friends with any people who use shock collars on their dogs because they refuse to stay in one place for 6 hours. I'm also not friends with any frothing champagne communists. Those are all people with whom I choose to not associate myself. And I think I'm better off for it.
I do want to show you who he's friends with. The one and only, the Shockman. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Chris abroad in Japan, working with Hassan Piker, being buddies. Why does this matter? Isn't this like the guilty by association fallacy? Everyone is free to be...
Again, I'm not going to claim that nothing so far indicates that they are friends, outside of the fact that they share all opinions, realistically. Like, they are very close on the political spectrum to each other. It does, political spectrum, I misspoke there. But, at the very least, Chris seems to find Hassan palatable enough to want to clout chase in his orbit. And that is enough of an indictment for me.
Be friends with whoever they want. That doesn't automatically mean that they necessarily hold the same extremist views. And I would absolutely agree with you, but here's the thing. It did hurt someone using white supremacist as an insult to someone who's most likely not a white supremacist. So I'm just going to say, be friends with whoever you want. Likewise, subscribe to whoever you want, but at least have a full idea of the kind of notions that the person you subscribe to may have, because at the end of the day, you might not know it. You might think, oh, abroad in Japan.
I don't think it's possible to not know Hassan's opinions, given that his primary content is espousing those commie opinions.
And he's a nice guy, but then all of this happens, and on top of that, he might be freaking hating you for everything you believe in. Because again, we do know that literally the majority of the people who get called white supremacists these days by the likes of Hassan Piker are just simply people that don't want to put up with the nonsense of anti-white sentiment and anti-white racism and anti-European sentiment and hatred towards the West. That doesn't make you a white supremacist, it makes you a patriot. And it also makes you a person who hates racism and intolerance, because anti-white sentiment is the one that gets tolerated these days. So, if you're white, you sure you want to be subscribed to Abroad in Japan? Let's continue. Also, actually, before we continue, I want to give a shout out to Shohei Kondo, who inspired my thumbnail, as he pointed out correctly to me in the comments, by also being very cool with me by saying I inspired him to do the finger pointing. So we inspired each other. Very good guy. He has a very good video on this as well. You should check it out. I'll put a link to him as well in the description. We might be reacting to one of his videos or two in the future on my second channel, because why not?
Shohei is generally solid. He's I'm not going to try to attach him to any particular political opinions, but his analysis on most things, at least as far as it goes for Japan specifically, is pretty clean-cut, pretty honest.
No, he's an awesome guy. Abroad in Japan, what did you have to say in your defense? More like a bitch in Japan. Abroad in Japan, update. Ooh, there is an
Them fighting words.
Update. He keeps updating it. Isn't that? He keeps updating it. Man, you can update it all you want. Anyways, over the past couple of days, an onslaught of channels, many of whom appear to be friends with the creator in question, have criticized this video and myself. I wonder if this is already a manipulative way to...
Well, I've criticized Abroad in Japan for being a pro-immigration cuck for at least a year prior to the controversy, so I'm definitely not a bandwagon hater. I am a pure hater.
Be like, so they're by
an originalist hater even.
I originally hoped to draw a line under the matter, but since a handful of viewers have asked for further context, I'm absolutely willing to elaborate. Please elaborate why you edited a video to falsify stuff in order to attack a person's integrity. I produced this video because, 1, I believe the creator's original upload gave a misleading impression of Japan, including the very neighborhood of Tokyo that I've lived in for several years. And think before you sleep already debunked this. She was absolutely right. When I visited the exact spot from her thumbnail, I found to my genuine surprise that much of the graffiti had in fact been photoshopped. Right. And that was the only good line of attack, by the way, that Abroad in Japan had in this situation. And had he left it to that, I wouldn't have even made a video about it. But then again, he decided to continue about how much of a misrepresentation the thumbnail was, and then what I pointed out on my channel.
Also, like, a thumbnail on YouTube is a very odd angle of attack. Like, this is at this point accepted convention that the thumbnail is going to be clickbait. That's how the attention economy works. The substance of the video was not wrong.
My previous video was that he does the exact same thing. He said it was a sensationalistic take and a thumbnail that was over-exaggerating, right? Because your thumbnail where you tell us that this is classified UFO information, you actually mean it is classified, right? And they gave access only to you. And on the same note, if you're all about, oh, but this is giving a wrong impression and you're all about inclusivity and being nice to foreigners, why did you make a video 2 years ago called These Foreigners Are Ruining Japan? That's clearly a very clickbaity title.
While he was still, by the way, denying over-tourism as a problem at the peak of over-tourism.
Title. Because once someone like me who's reasonable is going to obviously know that you don't mean every single foreigner, you're not just trying to foster an anti-foreign sentiment in the air, then again, people will be in the comments there and say, yeah, all these awful foreigners, Japan for Japanese, which by the way I agree with. Japan is absolutely for Japanese first, but then again, I kind of suspect he's not that kind of line of thinking, but he didn't care because he got 2.5 million views. That's a lot of change. That's a lot of change, but anyways, let's get back to the nonsense. I firmly believe a few bin bags in Shinjuku and a few spray-painted walls in Nakameguro are not a reflection of what's happening to Japan, and it is my right as a content creator in Japan who lives in this cited neighborhood to critique these views. Absolutely. No one complained about you critiquing him. 3. I worry low-effort, sensationalistic content is saturating the internet, particularly about Japan, which does not reflect the reality of the country. The barrier to producing this sort of content and monetizing it has never been lower, says the guy who monetizes sensationalist titles and thumbnails. 4. I do not have a personal problem with the creators, so you say, but I believe they have a history of producing low-effort, sensationalistic content that crosses serious ethical boundaries.
So is it sensationalist to misleadingly edit someone else's video in order to prove your own point in attacking them?
Serious ethical boundaries. You're no one to lecture about ethics and morality after what you have done.
Gaza's population is on the brink of famine. Every hour.
One
Star Wars,
concerning
you can't
example
win.
is a video called The Japan Tourists Don't See, exploring Tokyo's secret slum, in which she walks into one of Tokyo's most economically deprived areas, films vulnerable homeless individuals, and show their faces unblurred to 500,000 viewers. What I hate is the emotional manipulation. He could have presented a neutral point about the idea of, should we blur faces of strangers or not? Although then again, the guy that was
legally in Japan, you should.
Sexually A-word her, you defending that? You would be like, but Metatron, that sounds manipulative. He's not saying that exactly, but that's what he's doing here. He's manipulating you, so I'm just responding in kind. You see, this idea that serious ethical boundaries, bro, she's just filming videos like everybody does it. You know when this crosses serious boundaries? When you misrepresent it. That's exactly the one thing he misrepresented. She wasn't laughing at them. She was assaulted. Unbelievable.
Okay, let's not use big words here. Like a homeless man made a crude proposition to her, and I don't remember if she was alone at the time or not. Then again, if you're a woman going into a homeless camp, you should fucking know better.
He's saying she's doing this to 500,000 viewers. You misrepresented her to 3 million viewers. You hypocrite. As someone who has visited the district many times, I can say the slum isn't a secret. It's a seriously heartbreaking neighborhood where many elderly residents struggle with severe mental health issues. Yeah, he's the very inclusive and understanding virtue signal. Great. In fact, mental health issues are why many of these individuals are homeless in the first place. There are people who live outdoors in sleeping bags, okay, and at their lowest point, they absolutely should not have to worry about a stranger walking up to them, filming their face and sharing it unblurred to hundreds of thousands of people. They deserve better. They are not content. They are human beings. And so is she. And to be honest, whatever you can say about this, if you agree with this, fine. It's still infinitely less serious than what he has done to her. Blur or not. And every single Japanese person that I've spoken with was shocked to the point of disbelief that this sort of content exists online in any way, shape, or form. Yeah.
What would said Japanese people say to the fact that you've misleadingly edited the footage?
If you tell your friends, of course they're going to agree with you. Worse still, the production of this style of YouTube content may lead other content creators to reproduce similar style videos, given there is no effort required. Even this, no effort required. What are you on about? Other than
it requires the effort of, at the very least, going to Japan.
Switch on a camera, switch off your morals, and film people. Man, I freaking hate this. He's moralizing. He's pointing the finger. You bad from his castle of gold. This rich hypocrite. In the original cut of the Abroad in Japan video, there you go. What is happening to Japan? This section critiqued this creator's homeless video in more details. It also referenced another upload from this creator called How Do Japanese Kids React to Foreigners, in which the creator... So this is all about her. He's just trying to keep saying, look how bad she is. She's worse than me. She's awful. She's terrible. She did this. She did that. Point the finger. Morality. Not even an acknowledgement of what he did so far. When Japanese parents send their children to school, they shouldn't have to worry about the strangers going to film, blah, blah, blah. Okay. In this section, he's saying that in Japan, you need to ask permission from the parents to include children. That's fine. That would have been a good critique, but drop the whole I'm holier than thou thing. Chris, drop it.
Again, like if he didn't get caught with his hand in the cookie jar, making the misleading edit, those would have been valid points.
In the end, that section of my video was greatly reduced because it felt tangential to the wider point about misrepresenting Japan. Ultimately, perhaps I should have left it in. Oh, this is insane. As it would have elaborated even further on why I think this creator's content has a history of being problematic. Even the word problematic is a massive red flag these days, am I right, boys? But think about it. Is he gonna gaslight us into thinking that he cut the one section?
Japanese parents shouldn't have to worry about their children being beaten by groups of Muslim students, but it's tolerant and I don't know, unintelligible British sounds. Again, two separate points. I think it's fine to point out that Japan is being attacked by the Globo Homo. While doing so, it is probably advisable to stay within the limits of Japanese law. Japanese law states that you need to acquire consent of adults and of guardians of minors in order to film and show their faces. Yes, that's something that you should be aware of if you're creating content in Japan. Very few people are. It's annoying to me. The angle of attack is contrived here because Chris's primary issue is with people pointing out correct things, correct correctly pointing out the damage that is currently being done to the country by the Longhouse.
Section that Think Before You Sleep pointed out.
I don't know if it's Chris's own opinions or if his wife's boyfriend tells him to have those opinions. I don't know. I'm not going to even start guessing.
Not because it was wrong, but simply because it felt tangential to the wider point. You absolute liar clown. But I hope it's uncontroversial to say that filming vulnerable homeless individuals and broadcasting them to the larger audiences is deeply inappropriate. Well, why aren't you taking on Mr. Beast then? Japan is a country, not a safari park. They deserve basic human respect, blah blah blah. In this video included a short montage of clips and screenshot, let's go, from the creators.
Yeah, audio transposed onto completely different footage in order to elicit a certain moral panic is what he's not quite bearing out here.
Homeless video.
His wife has a boyfriend because those are his opinions.
No point did I claim she was making fun of the homeless. Oh, the gaslighting. My narration clearly states, a few years ago a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people under the guise of showing the real Japan. That is the entirety of my point. So he's taking...
Okay, then why did you remove the edit?
No accountability. I want you to focus on this, because this means that abroad in Japan does not respect you. You, his viewers. He doesn't respect you. He thinks you're stupid. He thinks you're not capable of critical thinking, of reviewing the empirical data, of analysis. This is ridiculous. You did not just provide a commentary. You swapped her audio to make her look like a horrible, indecent person. And instead of taking responsibility like a man and say, guys, I apologize, I shouldn't have done that. My critique still stands. I still strongly disagree with what she says, but I shouldn't have done that. No, you are manipulating your audience, gaslighting them into telling them you never actually did what we know you did. We saw it. There is proof. And now instead you are still doing the same thing, just in a different form. Pointing the finger, she's bad. Look, she's indecent. Man, this is like ad hominem attack.
I'd say, listen, it's a great window into the mindset, and it's a good mask-off moment for us to observe for a lot of the bigger YouTubers.
This is a red herring. Poisoning the well, shifting the goalpost, strawman over strawman. This is like every manipulative, logical fallacy all bound together into one inconclusive, formless, shapeless blob of a post. I swear, rather than reading this again, I would watch the Battle of Teutoburg 3 times in a row. The montage was exactly that, a montage of clips, photos and audio from what I consider to be genuinely sad video. So once again...
But why did you change the audio in its alignment to the footage?
Again, he's attacking the video. You're disgusting. That was not a sad... Yeah, it was a sad...
Okay, I think we've gotten the general point. The broad in Japan sucks donkey balls, and he... spends his time with questionable people of questionable character, and it seems to be either rubbing off on him or he was always of a comparable personal quality. I am a little tuckered out. I think we've hit our primary points of the day. We got to drool over a Gen 6 Glock, which is... I don't know. I feel very conflicted about that news. I like the Gen 6 Glock, which is my big problem with it. But we're going to have to call it a day because we're on hour 5 and I am a little tired. So we're going to look for friends to raid. Getting a ton of notifications there. Tomb Raider is on giveaway for free. Shame nobody wants to play it, which is probably the reason for being on giveaway. All right, let's see what is happening right now. People are doing collabs. Let's, you know what? We haven't rated Ricky in a while. Yes. I'm going to see if I see someone online to whom I owe a raid. Which... I don't, question mark. Yeah, all these people probably know me. Let's just raid into Ricky. Let's not make it a whole thing. Where is Ricky? There she is. Just gonna mute the stream real quick. Oh, we're also getting an ad. Fantastic. All right, let's start the raid. Thank you everybody for dropping in. Always appreciate the company. We're back to our regular schedule. I don't see it being disrupted in the foreseeable future. So, as usual, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central, Saturdays, 11 a.m. Central. Follow the socials. This has been Onii-san, reminding you to train how you fight. Oh, wait, I haven't started the raid and I'm already on my outro. I'm a bad streamer. I apologize for that. All right, starting the raid. We are ready to go. Say hi to Ricky. Here's your raid message. If you have emotes, spam some emotes. If you don't, sucks to suck. Raid is ready. See y'all on Wednesday, I guess.